presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
Back from break, and the D-backs are back home. Tonight we open the second half of the season with a visit from the boys in blue from LA. It's a divisional matchup. Starting us off post All-Star break, it's the D-backs and the Dodgers on Fox Sports Arizona. Good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. First of three D-backs and Dodgers. Your pitching matchup tonight, Bud Norris goes for LA and Patrick Corbin for Arizona. Bob, it's about time Patrick won a ball game here in his home park.
Yeah, that would be nice to win one here at Chase Field. No matter how you slice it or dice it, Patrick had a very disappointing first half of the season. We know he's much better than his numbers have shown, but he needs to go out there on the mound and show the fans here at Chase Field he's yet to win a ball game at his home ballpark. Two of his last three starts, he's walked 5 batters. Very uncharacteristic for Patrick.
Yeah, in fact, Patrick has not won a start at Chase Field since last September. 10 home starts since then. He's 0-6 with an ERA 6.5. If you watch the home run derby, you saw the Dodgers shortstop Corey Seager leading LA in home runs and having a great year at the age of just 22.
Yeah, as a rookie, he's leading the Dodgers in every important offensive category, leads most of the categories in the National League for rookies. This guy is the odds-on favorite to win the National League Rookie of the Year. Just a very well-schooled, talented player at an early age.
So the D-backs are set to go. Second half of the season about to get underway. First of three against the Dodgers, and the first pitch is coming up next from Chase Field on Fox Sports Arizona. Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Oregano. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint, location statewide. By Tire Pros. For the best selection of Continental and General brand tires, visit your local Arizona Tire Pros today. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. By Mattress Firm. Save money, sleep happy. And by Mike's Hard Lemonade. Flavor starts here. Please drink responsibly. We are set to go. It's the second half of this 2016 season. Patrick Corbin gets the baseball tonight at Chase Field against the Dodgers' Bud Norris. The first pitch is next on Fox Sports Arizona. We are all buttoned up inside Chase Field as we start the second half of this 2016 season with the first of three against the LA Dodgers, who come into tonight 11 games over 500, 51-40. Dave Roberts Ball Club 6.5 back of the division leading Giants, and the lineup for the boys in blue here tonight.
Here's how Davey will line them up tonight. Howie Kendrick leading off in left field. Corey Seager having an outstanding rookie season at shortstop. Justin Turner has been a thorn in the side of the Diamondbacks in his career. He'll be at third base. Adrian Gonzalez down at first. Yasiel Puig in right field. Scott Van Slyke out in center tonight. Yasmani Grandal doing the catching. Chris Taylor at second base. And right-hander Bud Norris on the mound.
Dodgers playing well as of late. 18-8 since June 14th. No team in baseball has won more games over that span. So a tall order for your Arizona forward starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks. It's Patrick Corbin. 4 wins in 18 starts. The ERA just under 5. Bob, what's going on this year?
Well, he's elevated some fastballs, and that has hurt him. His slider has been inconsistent. That's obviously hurt him. His changeup has been banged around pretty good so far this season. But for me, it's all about location. When Patrick is down in the strike zone with his pitches, he gets ground balls. He has the 4th most ground balls this season in the National League. But unfortunately, too often that ball strays up over the heart of the plate, and that's when he gets hit hard.
A live look at Patrick Corbin on the mound right now as he completes his warm-up tosses. Let's look now at the defense around him. It's our Eye on Defense, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
Can't get enough catchers on the field. Chris Herman starting in left field tonight. He'll be flanked by Michael Bourn in center. Yasmani Tomas over in right field. It'll be Jake Lamb and Nick Ahmed on the left side of the infield. Gene Segura and the All-Star Paul Goldschmidt on the right side, with Wellington Castillo doing the catching for left-hander Patrick Corbin.
It is a veteran umpiring crew for this series. Dan Isonia has the plate tonight. He'll have the balls and strikes. The crew chief Dale Scott is at first base. Lance Barrett at second, and Balkin Bob Davidson is manning third. Howie Kendrick sent to lead it off, and we are set to go the second half of this 2016 Diamondbacks season.
You mentioned the Dodgers have been playing good ball since the middle of June. That coincides with Howie Kendrick getting hot. In 26 games since June 13, he's hitting .320 with 12 extra base hits and scored 14 runs.
Comes into tonight riding a 7-game hitting streak. Ball 1 and we are underway. Howie Kendrick 254. He's homered 4 times. Shoots this one foul down the right field line, and it's 1-1.
I saw this stat. It didn't really surprise me. The eye test would tell you this. Howie Kendrick, an 8-game hitting streak here at Chase Field, where he's hitting almost .430.
He has been a thorn in the Diamondbacks side ever since he went to the Dodgers from the Angels. Back on a 2-year, $20 million free agent deal, and Corbin's ahead 1-2. And he's become something of a super utility guy. Plays all over the infield. He plays the outfield as well, starting in left field tonight. For a Dodger team that has been just ripped apart by injuries, but they're starting to get healthy again. They've got some pitchers back, and more guys are due back soon. Good start for Corbin. He strikes out Kendrick. Time now, Bob, for your Valley Honda dealers. Key to the game.
Well, pretty simple for Patrick Corbin against any team, but especially against this Dodger team. Keep the ball in the yard. He's watched the Dodgers take batting practice today, and granted, it was batting practice a couple hours before game time, but goodness gracious, did they put on a show.
Well, Patrick's given up 18 home runs and 18 starts this year, and here's a guy who just made a good showing in the home run derby Monday in San Diego. It's their 22-year-old shortstop Corey Seager. .297. He leads the Dodgers in both home runs and OPS.
And he's another Dodger hitter that's been hot since the middle of June. .372 since June 18th.
And Seager did a good job in the home run derby Monday. He 15 homers in his first round, but he was outdone by the top seed Mark Trumbo, who hit some titanic moonshots. At least we thought they were. Then we got to look at Giancarlo Stanton. That was quite an exhibition Monday at Petco Park. Another big success for that event. Given the new format, seemed to work really well.
I like the idea of the clock.
Yeah.
You need a batting practice pitcher that throws strikes right where you want them. You need him to do it quickly.
And the right-hand hitters seem to have an advantage in that ballpark.
Sure.
Seager got on a roll there during his opening round. He was the first guy to hit, which is never fun. But accounted himself very well. 2-2 now.
You know, talking to players that have participated in that home run derby in the past, they say one of the biggest things to get over is there's no batting cage.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You know, normally guys come out to take batting practice before a ball game, and there's a cage so that the foul balls stay on the field of play, and you get out there for the home run derby and you feel kind of naked. There's no cage around you. Didn't seem to bother Giancarlo too much.
Boy, that was something. He hit him onto the roof of the Western Metal Supply Company building. He hit several out of the ballpark to left center field.
And we've seen a lot of games in that ballpark, and it just doesn't carry like that under normal circumstances. Of course, Giancarlo Stanton is not normal.
3-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Dan Isonia rings him up. Good start for Patrick Corbin. 2 up, 2 strikeouts.
Oh, nothing tricky there. 91-mile-an-hour fastball, outer third of the plate, right down there at the knees. That's where Patrick needs to live tonight.
Justin Turner now. 256 and 13 home runs. Diamondbacks just 12 and 32 against the Dodgers since the start of the 2014 season. That's a trend that needs to reverse itself. A lot more games coming up between these two over the second half of the year. They've played only 6 times so far this season.
Well, this guy has really been a pest, especially here at Chase Field. 23 games in this ballpark, a .343 hitter. You see what he's done against the Diamondbacks in 6 games this year.
Drives this one deep to center field. It backs up Michael Bourn. And it's in the camera well for a home run. He continues to be a pest. That's number 14 for Justin Turner. And Bob, you said keep it in the ballpark. So far, it's not happening. It's 1-0 LA. That was clubbed.
Yes, it was. And we've seen Turner with pull power to left and left center, but rarely have we seen him hit a ball that far to straightaway center field. That was in our camera pit out there in straightaway center field. We talked about the Dodgers in batting practice today. Turner, Yasiel Puig, Adrian Gonzalez even got into the act, hitting a lot of long home runs, but this one counts.
He did seem to keep that ball down. That was down at the knees, and Turner just went down there and got it. Here's Gonzalez now. All-Star break came at the wrong time for him. He's starting to heat up. Shift is on for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, in his last 13 games before the break, he was hitting .455 with 7 extra base hits. He drove in 11. This can be a scary lineup when everybody's firing on all cylinders.
They've got Puig back. They expect Jock Peterson back next week. He's been on the DL with a shoulder injury. Andre Ethier still out with that broken leg. He hasn't played all year. Patrick behind 2-0. Gonzalez on the year, 291. He's got 7 homers. Just 7 home runs in the first half. He's been dealing with lower back pain ever since spring training, a pinched nerve back there, but he's healthy now. 3-1. Well, 2 strikeouts to start it off for Patrick Corbin, and a home run and a walk. It'll bring up Yasiel Puig.
Fielder number 66, Yasiel Puig.
Sometimes it's hard to figure the numbers for Patrick Corbin. Between 2012 and last season, he made 32 starts here at Chase Field and gave up a total of 18 home runs. This is his 9th start in this ballpark tonight. He's already given up 13 home runs this year.
Patrick's last win at Chase Field came September 7th. He is winless in his last 10 starts here. A run is in. 1 on, 2 down. Here's Yasiel Puig. Puig getting .256. He's got 7 home runs. During the first week of June, he was injured with a left hamstring strain. He was out nearly 3 weeks. Came back June 21st, and since Puig has returned, he's hit just under .320. (2-0). The walks have been an issue for Patrick Corbin, as Bob mentioned, and so far in this ball game, more balls than strikes. Behind 3-0. Patrick coming off a loss to the Giants Friday at AT&T Park. He walked 5 in that ball game and could not complete 5 innings. It was the second time in his last 3 starts that Patrick walked 5 batters in less than 5 innings. He's already walked 1 behind on Puig, 3 balls and no strikes.
Dangerous pitch upcoming. Thought Puig might have the green light 3-0, but with Patrick Corbin walking Adrian Gonzalez and falling behind 3-0 on Yasiel Puig, Dodgers had him take a strike. But all bets are off on this pitch. Pickoff throw to first. I'm a little surprised the Diamondbacks are even holding Adrian Gonzalez on over there at first base.
He might be the slowest runner in baseball.
Very possibly.
With all due respect.
With a minimum of 1,600 career games at the major league level, Adrian Gonzalez has the fewest stolen bases in history. 6.
He has not attempted a stolen base this year. Puig gets that up in the air, but it's drifting into the seats. Into a section full of Dodger fans over there. That's where they usually congregate. And it's a full count, 3-2. Scott Van Slyke would be next. He's in center field tonight. Here goes Gonzalez. Called strike 3. Isonia rings up Yasiel Puig. Corbin gets 3 strikeouts, but the Dodgers get a 1-0 lead. Pitcher for the Dodgers take to a quick 1-0 lead is Bud Norris, formerly with the Astros, the Orioles, and the Padres. He signed a free agent deal with Atlanta last November. The Braves traded Norris to the Dodgers on June 30th, and tonight is just his 3rd start with LA.
He'll work his fastball both directions. He'll sink it. He'll cut it. He's been throwing a lot more cut fastballs recently. Also has a slider and an occasional straight changeup. He has had no luck against the D-backs.
Pitched pretty well so far as a Dodger. They're getting much healthier in their rotation. They've got Ryu back. They've got Brandon McCarthy back. Kershaw will be back next week, they believe. So at some point, with all those resumes in the rotation, someone's going to have to go to the bullpen, and it might be Bud Norris. We'll see. Here's Gene Segura. He leads it off for the Diamondbacks, down 1-0.
Bud Norris 0-7 lifetime with an ERA of nearly 14 against the Diamondbacks.
How are we looking?
If you had to order one up for the first game after the All-Star break, this would probably be the guy you'd want on the mound.
You got to take advantage. Segura ahead 2 balls and no strikes. This is Bud Norris, 31-year-old right-hander. He's pitched pretty well in 2 starts with LA. 1-0 with a 2.45 ERA. There's a strike to Gene, and it's 2-1. So the numbers on Segura: 311 and 6 home runs. Two and two. Segura has hit .354 since June the 8th. And his on base percentage over that span, last 29 games, is .422. He has been the quintessential leadoff man.
He really has been. Takes his base on balls when he hasn't had pitches to hit. When he does get pitches in the strike zone, takes a very aggressive rip.
Full count, 3-2. Michael Bourn on deck. This is in the air, foul ground, first base side, and drifting into the seats. Clayton Kershaw is on the DL right now with a back injury. It's a mild herniated disc. They think he could be back as soon as Thursday or Friday. Kershaw is in LA. He's supposed to throw a simulated game tomorrow, and they don't think he'll need a minor league rehab start. Alex Wood is out on the DL with a triceps issue. They've been out without Brett Anderson all year. He had back surgery. Look out, Segura. That was a very aggressive foul ball. Seems to take a lot out of Gene.
I said on pitches in the zone, he's taking aggressive swings. Lost his back foot that time. Lost his balance. Stumbles out across home plate. Let it fly.
He must have really liked that pitch. Sonia called strike 3.
Come on, Dan.
Center fielder,
Wow.
number 1.
Okay.
Michael Bourn.
I thought it would take longer than 1 inning for me to turn on the umpires in the second half.
I did, yeah.
I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well, that's where you went off the beam. Here's Michael Bourn. Justin Turner creeping in from third. There's a strike, 0-1. Bourn 257. He's got 2 home runs. Oh, and 2. D-back still without Chris Owings, recovering from that foot injury. Michael Bourn and Isonia are really having a discussion here.
I think the second pitch was okay at the bottom of the zone. The first one is the one that Michael Bourn should have been arguing. That first pitch fastball was well off the plate away.
YASMANI GRANDAL wants it up, misses down and in. And Norris landed awkwardly that time. Mentioned Chris Owings, another start for Michael Bourn in center. CO will begin a minor league rehab assignment with AAA Reno coming up this weekend. So that's good news. He's been playing in Arizona Rookie League games this week. That one's rolled the other way. A backhand stop by Turner. And a perfect one-hop throw to Gonzalez. All right, on defense for the Dodgers, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Dodgers outfield will feature Howie Kendrick in left, Scott Van Slyke in center, Yasiel Puig over in right field. It'll be Justin Turner and Corey Seager on the left side of the infield with Chris Taylor and Adrian Gonzalez on the right side. YASMANI GRANDAL doing the catching for right-hander Bud Norris.
Well, Goldie had a 6-game hitting streak snapped Sunday night at San Francisco, and Madison Bumgarner flirted with that no-hitter. He's in there at .297 with 15 home runs. Goldie has 11 of those 15 homers right here at Chase Field. Drives one deep to right center, but it's playable for Van Slyke. Still backing up, and he's got it just shy of the track. Bud Norris with a 1-0 lead, pitches a 1-2-3 first. Diamondbacks fans, introducing Pepsi Moji. Every time you grab an ice cold Pepsi 20-ounce bottle this summer, you'll find a Pepsi Moji on the side of the bottle. There are hundreds of different designs, so show the world how you feel and what you love with Pepsi Moji using hashtag #SayItWithPepsi. Scott Van Slyke, the center fielder, leads off the second against Patrick Corbin. Justin Turner's 14th home run of the year, the only run of the ball game so far. Here's a bouncer to shortstop for Nick Allen. One pitch, one out for Corbin. That'll bring up the catcher, YASMANI GRANDAL.
Number 9, YASMANY GRANDAL.
GRANDAL 212 and 12 home runs. 11 of those homers have come as a left-hand hitter. He'll bat right-handed against the lefty Corbin. There's strike one from Patrick. GRANDAL swinging a hot bat going into the All-Star break. He had a 3-homer game a week ago tonight against the Padres. And he's homered 6 times in his last 9 games. Ground ball to second for SEGURA. Patrick rolling those ground ball outs, Bob. That's something you talked about earlier.
Yeah, when he's down in the zone, he gets a lot of ground balls. Has just enough movement on that fastball at the very end of his delivery to get it down in the bottom of the zone with a little bit of movement. Get those ground balls he's looking for.
2 outs on 3 pitches for Corbin in the second inning. And here's the second baseman, Chris Taylor. Just 10 games for LA this year. He's hitting .188. He has never hit a major league home run in just under 100 career games. Parts of 3 seasons in the big leagues with Seattle and LA.
Dodgers got him because his eyes match the batting helmet.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It is. Deep blue eyes on this young man.
He's hitting .211 for the year between Seattle and Los Angeles. Dodgers picked him up June 19th in a trade for pitcher Zach Lee. Chase Utley hitting only about $190 versus left-hand pitching this year, so Taylor is in there at second tonight.
The old school stirrups. Boy, does that look strange. It's not used to seeing that in this game anymore. There's maybe one player on each team that wears the old school stirrups.
I miss the stirrups.
Unnecessary hosiery. It just was too much to put on. I was a guy that immediately shifted. When we went to one solid color sock, I loved it.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to fine you for unnecessary hosiery. That'll be $20. There's no hosiery at all.
Yeah, he might not have any socks on, for all we know.
2-2.
I mean, back in the day, guys used to have elastic garters that you would wear around the top of those stirrup socks to hold them up, because they would consistently slide down. So you had to tape them up or wear garters. That's disgusting.
A 1-2-3 inning on 8 pitches for Patrick Corbin. D-backs trail at 1-0. second for the Diamondbacks, and it's time for our Lowe's home field advantage. Last 8 home games for Jake. He's hit almost 400 with 5 home runs.
Pretty much everywhere Jake has hit recently, the numbers are close to 400.
Well, you're right. He's hit safely in 10 of his last 11 games. And a lead off the second against Bud Norris. Justin Turner's solo home run in the first inning, the only run of the game so far. Dodgers will put the shift on for Lamb as Turner will head over to the second base spot right in front of the umpire out there, Lance Barrett. Corey Seager all by himself on the left-hand side. Trying to stay away from Jake Lamb. He throws that one for strike one. Jake 291. He leads the Diamondbacks with 20 home runs and 61 runs batted in. That's a yanked foul behind Dave McKay, and here comes Kirk. Foul pole Farley. It's a little too long a run though for Kirk, and he's going to give way to Dave McKay.
Got to know your limitations.
His UZR is a little low.
You may notice as we take our shot from center field as Jake Lamb continues his bat, the advanced scout for the Milwaukee Brewers sitting in the upper left-hand corner of your screen there, chugging a beer with a cheese head.
He looks like an advanced scout, very thorough. We go to Milwaukee on the next road trip.
Yeah, they're here doing their scouting.
Well, he's got one of those Apple watches on, so everything's on the watch.
Yeah.
He doesn't need the charts and all that stuff.
It's all right up here. Cheddarhead.
Discount double check. 1 and 2. Rogers. Jake leading the National League in slugging percentage. He's 4th in the league in OPS and red hot the last 10 games. There is a cheesehead in the Aaron Rodgers, Jake from State Farm commercial, so it's appropriate that we take a shot of that guy while Jake Lamb is up there. Look at that picture. What are the odds this guy's from Wisconsin? Cheese on his head and a beer in his hand. '96 inside. Norris wanted it, but it missed, and it's a full count, 3 and 2. Through the shift, Jake Lamb has a leadoff single.
Get yourself into a predictable fastball count. You can be a lot more aggressive with that swing. Jake almost got it by Yasiel Puig. He drove it right through that shift on the right side of the infield. Nearly got it by Puig all the way to the wall.
Well, that's become the blueprint of a Jake Lamb hit. Hard contact to his pull field. He's done that a lot this year. Wellington Castillo now. Welly at 267 with 10 home runs. And again, they throw over to Jake. This happens every game. Every time he's on base, it's like Ty Cobb is down there, or Lou Brock or somebody.
He just looks fast.
I guess he does. Somewhere it's in a scouting report that Lamb will run on you.
And once it makes its way onto an advance report, it stays there forever. The same thing if a guy bunts for a base hit one time in his career and an advance scout makes a note of it, you'll always play in to protect against the bunt, even if he never does it again.
Every game we see someone throw up and in at Gene Segura and someone check Jake Lamb at first. 1-1 on Castillo. Castillo began July with home runs in consecutive games here at Chase Field. That was against the Giants, but since then, however, 1 for his last 17. Big hole on the right hand side. Taylor shaded near the second base bag. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 and 2. That's bigger than a hole. That's a canyon over there between first and second. 2-2. D-backs have not scored a run now in their last 15 innings. Leadoff man aboard in the second. Castillo strikes out. Second strikeout for Bud Norris.
It's that cut fastball just off the outside corner. Everything a hitter sees tells you four-seam fastball, but it just has that little bit of movement away from the right-hand hitter. That time Castillo couldn't quite get to it.
Chris Herman getting a start in left field tonight. Now that cutter for Herman will come in on his hands, right?
Right. And depending on the command that Bud Norris has of that cutter tonight, he could throw it on both sides of the plate. Throw it inside to try to get in on the hands of Chris Herman, or throw it backdoor to try to steal a strike. That's when it's really tough. I mean, it's always tough to hit a cutter because it's like an optical illusion for the hitter. The ball reacts in a way that you don't expect it to.
Herman hitting .291 with 6 home runs, and again they'll keep Lamb close at first. Keep those feet moving. It's 2-0.
Thirteen of the 37 runs Bud Norris has allowed this year have come in the second inning. His ERA is 9 in the second inning of ball games.
He did not go, says Bob Davidson, and Herman's ahead 3-0. Sort of a anomaly, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit of a head scratcher, although many times in that second inning you're going through the teeth of the opponent's batting order.
Well, so far a base hit by Lamb, a strikeout of Castillo. Now behind on Herman 3-0. There's a strike. Versus hamstring must be feeling better after the All-Star break. Got some rest. He's out there in the outfield tonight. And a hamstring became an issue over the final 2 weeks or so of the first half of the year. 3-1 is chopped foul. Dave McKay's got to hold everybody's gear down there. They should get him a little cart.
I mean, it used to be you might have one guy per inning that would have an ankle guard or an elbow guard or some kind of a guard. Now almost every hitter wears at least one, if not 2 or 3.
Full count, 3-2. Norris wants to go through the signs again. Jake Lamb at first, 1 out. There goes Lamb, and Herman knocks it the other way. Jake will take the turn and head for third. And they're on the corners with 1 out.
Looked like a hit and run that time. Nicely executed by Chris Herman. Had that big hole on the left side of the infield that time. Just kind of massaged it out there to Howie Kendrick in left field, putting D-backs on the corners.
How big a second half is this, Bob, do you think, for Yasmani Tomas? What has he got to show you here over these final however many games we have left? This is game 91 today.
I think for a lot of guys, and Yasmani is probably at the top of the list, some consistent at-bats, some consistency in his at-bats. I mean, we've seen him be very good and work counts and ultimately get a good pitch to hit and put a good swing on it, but more often than not, we've seen him chase pitches in the left-handed batter's box, swing at knockdown pitches, swing at pitches up helmet high out over the plate. He's got to zone it in a little bit more, because when he does swing at strikes, he can do some serious damage.
It is remarkable how often he swings at the first pitch. It seems like he's 0-1 every time he's up there. And he's hitting .253 on the year. That's the lowest his batting average has been since April 16th. You've got Lamb at third, Herman at first, and 1 out. Turner at third. They'll get 1. Tomas going to have to bust it, but they turn 2. That ends the threat. It stays 1-0 Dodgers.
I'm Kate Longworth. After a brief break, the Diamondbacks were back here at Chase yesterday for a workout. That's when Chip Hale addressed the team with the second half of the season message. Chip told me he wants to see this team playing relentless baseball. He described it as the style of baseball they played last year when they were out there playing loose, having fun, but also being aggressive. He said too many times this season, this team is letting the situation dictate their action. He wants them to go out there and not be a bystander, but rather make things happen.
Off the glove of Jake Lamb, and Norris is aboard.
Jake playing even with the base down there at third. Had to go 3 or 4 steps to his left, into and out of his glove.
A tweener in the hole there between third and short.
Hasn't been a ruling on the board yet. Well, actually, they put an error up now.
So E5 has the pitcher Bud Norris aboard to open up the third, and here's Howie Kendrick. Kendrick struck out his first time up. Tied him up inside, but missed, and it's 2-1. Kendrick, another Dodger bat who's turned things around lately. He's hitting better than .350 in July. Fastball misses up, and Patrick's behind 3-1. So far he has walked 1, struck out 4. Given up just 1 hit. That was Justin Turner's home run. Sky high, very shallow left center. Michael Bourn coming in. And That's the first out here in the third.
Shortstop, Corey Seager.
Corey Seager, a strikeout victim his first time up. Leads the Dodgers in home runs, trails only Gonzalez and Turner for the team lead in RBIs. He's been their best hitter all year. And he's only 22. Drives this one deep to center field that backs up Bourne under the home run porch, and it's off the wall. Norris flying into third, and Seager's in there with a double. 23rd double this year for Corey Seager.
That's one of the things that's been most impressive to me about Corey Seager. He hits the ball where it's pitched, and he hits it with authority. He drives this ball high off the wall out there near the 413 mark. Nice play by Michael Bourne to hustle it back in and hold Bud Norris at third base.
Well, Patrick in a jam here now. Second and third, one out for Turner, who homered in the first, his 14th of the year. And he's had good career numbers against Patrick Corbin. Through Lamb and rolls into left. Norris will score, and it's 2-0. Jake already with one error in the inning, and make it 2.
First baseman, Gonzalez.
Off the heel of the glove and on into left field. That's error number 15 on the season for Jake Lamb down there at third base. Obviously becoming more and more of an issue as we move forward. Seems like they're coming in bunches now.
Oftentimes they've been on throws, and we've talked a lot about Jake's feet and how he's worked on his footwork to set himself and make the throw. But lately he's had a few go off his glove. This was working with Matt Williams earlier today, in fact. Nobody was better than Matty.
I'm telling you, so smooth. I mean, for a big man, the way he moved his feet was almost like a ballet down there at third base. You can see him even to this day the way he moves down there.
Adrian Gonzalez walked his first time up. We've got Seager at third, Turner at first, one out and one run in. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Gonzalez this year hitting just under .260 against left-hand pitching, and that includes a pair of homers. Corey Seager, the runner at third, Justin Turner at first.
In the past, I thought a lot of Adrian Gonzalez's success against left-handed pitching was because he went to the plate and looked breaking ball. Most lefties, when you face Adrian Gonzalez, you're going to try to get him out with a slider, a curveball, something moving away from him. And I think there are at-bats where he goes to the plate and sits on breaking balls. But so far against Patrick Corbin, 2 feeble swings at sliders.
Takes off, and the throw is offline. Nick Ahmed does a good job there to prevent that ball from going into center field. And Seager would have scored easily from third on that.
It was a little bit of a delayed steal that time by Justin Turner. I don't believe he broke right away. You'll see him take a couple of shuffle steps at first and then break for second base.
Well, they ruled that a wild pitch, not a stolen base. Good job by Nick to really sell out and save a run right there. Second and third, one out, and a 2-2 count on Adrian Gonzalez.
I think had Turner been running On the pitch, he would have been credited with a stolen base, even though the ball was in the dirt. But because it was a delayed steal, he didn't break for second base immediately. So the wild pitch is what allowed him to advance.
Infield comes in for the Diamondbacks. Gonzalez can't check his swing. 5 strikeouts for Patrick. 2 down in the third.
And just absolutely carved up a really good left-handed hitter right there with 3 nasty sliders.
Good to see that slider back. He's really missed it this year. A big out to get still. Yasiel Puig struck out looking to win the first. That missed up, and it's 1-0. Puig still only 25 years old. He says he's getting older, more experienced. He insists he's more mature now. His current contract, 7 years, $42 million, includes a clause that will allow him to go into arbitration after 3 years of major league service. So Puig could go through that process after this year, or try and talk the Dodgers into a big new contract. So he's been a good citizen this year. 2-1.
Especially in the early part of the season, people were making note of the fact that Yasiel Puig was hitting cutoff men. He was running out every ball he put into play. And maybe a little bit of a backslide as we got deeper and deeper into the first half of the season. But playing under new skipper Dave Roberts, probably wanted to make a good first impression and get that extension.
Dave Roberts, as soon as spring training opened in Glendale, he was very public about it with Yasiel Puig. He said, look, I don't care what happened before. I'm the new manager. He's the player. He gets a clean slate and a fresh start. 2-2. Waves at that one. 2 big strikeouts for Patrick Corbin as he picks up his defense. But the Dodgers add a run. It's 2-0. Some Lolos here at the ballpark. D-backs trail the Dodgers 2-0. Coors Light, cold hard facts. Bud Norris out there with a 2-0 lead. His third start with LA. Lowest opponent batting average before the break since 1933. How about that? Pretty good number right now.
They're pretty solid, and they haven't even had their starting rotation intact for most of the first half of the season. Scary to think of the numbers they might have put up.
They're getting a lot healthier. Patrick Corbin batting 8th tonight will lead it off. Patrick, one of the best hitting pitchers in the National League. He has looked really good so far in tonight. 6 strikeouts, only 1 walk. .333 on the year at the plate.
Usually you see a .333 batting average for a guy that doesn't get a lot of at bats, and you think, well, he's 2 for 6. He's 13 for 39.
Really good athlete. There's another guy that hits pretty well, Zach Greinke. They're still not sure when Zach will be back. Going with a 4-man rotation for the moment with the off days coming up. We mentioned that Dodger rotation, Bob. They got Hyunjin Ryu back. He missed all of last year with shoulder trouble. Brandon McCarthy is back, the former Diamondback, from Tommy John surgery. He'll start tomorrow night against Archie Bradley. There's Ryu. They think, remarkably, they're going to get Brett Anderson back. That was Kenta Maeda. They think they're going to get Brett Anderson back after back surgery. Kershaw is going to be back next week, so it's going to get crowded in that rotation. They've gone to all kinds of guys. Mike Bolsinger on down the list. They had to go get Bud Norris. There's Brandon McCarthy. Broken bat. That one squirts through. Taylor is there at second, and he throws it away.
Good swing. He did break his bat. That slowed it down enough for Taylor to get there and try to make the play, but an errant throw at first.
Another base hit for Corbin. Leadoff single. 3rd hit tonight for the Diamondbacks. Brings up Nick Ahmed.
Bad that ball didn't roll into the Dodgers dugout. Instead it hit the netting on the outside and stayed in play.
Nick, 221 and 4 home runs. Nick is batting 9th tonight. That's something that Chip Hale got away from for much of May and June. Went back to this arrangement Sunday in San Francisco, and it's really worked out well for Ahmed. Nick this year is hitting .263 from the 9 spot. That's by far his most productive place in the lineup this year. One or one. A lot easier hitting 9th than it is 8th.
I think in many cases, in many at bats over the course of the season, batting in that 8th spot with the pitcher behind you, you're not going to get much to hit, especially if runners are in scoring position. But in that 9 spot with Gene Segura hitting behind you, you're probably going to get some good pitches to hit.
Slaps that one foul, and it's 1-2. Nick had a very strong finish to the month of June at the plate, but he's had a slow July. 2 for 21 this month. That one toward Quigg. He's going to have to play it on a hop. A pair of singles open up the Diamondback 3rd.
Talk about the rallies that start at the bottom of the order so many times this year for the D-backs. This is the way big innings got started. The number 7, 8, or 9 hitter got on base. You roll around to the top of the order, and good things tend to happen.
So here we go with Segura. Corbin at second, Ahmed at first, nobody out. Gene struck out looking his first time up.
The Dodgers look like they're expecting some kind of a sacrifice bunt here. Adrian Gonzalez playing in front of Nick Ahmed down there at first base, and Justin Turner drawn in as well at third.
You know, come to think of it, I don't recall Gene Segura bunting at all this year. That's just not his style. He's swinging for the gaps.
He does have one sacrifice bunt this season. I can't remember it.
Yeah, nor do I. I want him swinging away. Big cut at that one.
Sometimes a pitch is so bad, it's good.
That was one time.
Breaking ball that time up above the top of the strike zone around the inside corner of the plate. Gene Segura saw it, wanted to hit it a mile.
Remember that one that he fouled off at his last at bat and fell over. He's seen some pitches from Bud Norris that he's really liked. One and two. Plenty of room down the left field line. Howie Kendrick is well shaded over a little bit toward left center. A lot of room for Gene if he can pull the ball. But now he'll go into a two-strike approach.
Mentioned one sacrifice bunt for Gene Segura all season, one bunt for a base hit. Might have been the same one.
It's not his game. High in the air, right center. Van Slyke near the pool. He's on the warning track. Corbin will tag up and head for third. Ahmed tagged and has to race back to first. It got about halfway and was almost hung up there.
Patrick Corbin does the right thing on a ball hit in the air. He immediately went back and tagged up at second base. Nick, on the other hand, went about halfway to second, saw that Van Slyke was going to make the catch and hits the brakes and has to turn around and get back to first base in a hurry. He was halfway down to second base. That's just good aggressive base running. You have to hustle, you have to work hard to make it happen, but that's exactly the way you like to see a player on that particular play.
Big meeting at the mound with the Dodgers infield. Dan Isonia's going to go break this up. All the infielders huddle up with Bud Norris. Even Norris's forearm on his glove hand is very shiny.
Very shiny.
Now, he's often over the course of this ball game gone to the forearm just before he grips the ball, which would suggest
just a little tap right there.
Now it's not Michael Pineda with pine tar all over his neck, but you see how it's just his forearm that's shiny and not his elbow. Ahmed got a tremendous jump and he's in there without a throw. Stolen base number 5 for Nick Ahmed.
Wow. That's one of those Dave McKay stolen bases. He has something obviously on Bud Norris, a trigger point when to send that runner onto second base, even as Norris is standing stationary on the mound.
Nick now 5 for 6 in his stolen base attempts. 0-1 on Michael Bourn. 0-2. Michael was really hitting the ball well as July began. He had a 6-game hitting streak earlier this month, but right now is 1 for his last 18 at the plate. 50 pitches for Bud Norris, 33 strikes. That's going to get down and score 2. Corbin scores on it right behind it. It rolls all the way to the wall. And Michael Bourn is in there with a 2-run triple.
Diamondbacks rallies this year started at the bottom of the order, and then you roll around to the hitters at the top of the order. And this time it's Michael Bourn that comes through with the big knock. Gapper to right center field. Scott Van Slyke misplays it right there. Gets underneath all the way to the wall. I believe that's going to be called a triple all the way. Very easily could have been a double in an air, but 2-run score either way.
Third triple for Michael this year. It's a 2-2 ball game. Here's Goldie. Here's strike one. Flying out to center his first time up.
Diamondbacks now with 35 triples on the season. That leads the major leagues.
Yeah, Lamb has 7. Segura has 5. Even Chris Herman has 4. Triples are piling up. 1-1 on Paul Goldschmidt. Goldie over his last 17 games, hitting .343.
Really been effective with runners in scoring position since the middle of June. A .419 batting average, 18 runs driven in.
Reaches out and rolls that to Taylor at second. They'll get Bourn home, and the Diamondbacks have the lead.
Fans, a D-backs home run tonight means a free jumbo jack tomorrow at participating Jack-in-the-Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
Jake Lamb belted one right through the shift his first time up for a single. And the Dodgers will put that same shift on here. He hit it over the head of Taylor, who's out there in shallow right field, the second baseman. And we've seen a ton of that with Jake Lamb this year. Maybe his biggest change from last year to this year. When you look at his hit data, what's defined as hard contact. You don't need a number to see that, but it is quantifiable. He is pulling the ball a lot more this year. Not really going to the opposite field or up the middle as much as he did last season. More than half of everything Lamb hits this year is to his pull field. Michael Bourn catching his breath after his 2-run triple just scored the go-ahead run. Jake down 0-2. So based on the Jake Lamb hit data, this is the defensive alignment that he's going to look at more often than not.
Against the Phillies, we saw them play their second baseman even deeper than Taylor's playing right now. Jake still hit a couple balls by him.
That's one solution. Just hit it hard right into that shift, and oftentimes it'll get down.
Worked for Ted Williams.
You bet. A lot of guys seem to do that. I'm not going to worry about hitting it the other way or rolling it down the third baseline. I'm just going to hit it as hard as I can and see where it lands. Coming inside again here, and again he pulls it foul. Really trying to tie him up inside. That's a well-coordinated effort right there. 1-2.
It's a David Putty fan club.
Got to support the team. It out over the plate, but Jake fouled it back, and it stays a ball and 2 strikes. Jake has now hit safely in 11 of his last 12 games, batting better than .350 over that stretch, including 5 homers. That skips away from GRANDAL. It rolls all the way to the on-deck circle. Lamb is going to reach. That rolled about as far away from YASMANI GRANDAL as it possibly could.
And it needed to, because Jake Lamb did not see the ball get away initially. He stands in that left-handed batter's box until he realizes GRANDAL is running over toward the third base on-deck circle. Only then does Jake start down the first base line and ends up reaching on a strikeout wild pitch.
Check Bud Norris's arm now. This is starting trending on Twitter. We don't want to start a conspiracy theory. We don't have any proof other than the fact that he's got a very shiny forearm in his glove hand.
Yeah, the only spot on either arm that's shining is that lower part of his left forearm.
It's a very distinct sweat pattern if it is just perspiration.
Very localized perspiration.
So that is Exhibit A, and that's pretty much all the evidence we have right now. Wellington Castillo, 30th pitch of this inning from Bud Norris on the way. Base hit.
Hard topspin ground ball through that left side of the infield. Keep the inning going. Get another left-handed batter to the plate here against the right-hander Bud Norris.
Lamb at second, Beef Wellington at first. 3 runs in, 2 outs. Here comes Rick Honeycutt. As Norris has really had to work here in this third inning. He should be out of the inning. He got Lamb to strike out for that third out, but he reached when it rolled away from the catcher. If you think something's up in the opposite dugout, if a guy has something on his arm, his glove, his hat, wherever, how do you proceed?
Diamondbacks are getting some pretty good rips against Bud Norris. Maybe you want to keep him out there. You know, but if he's mowing you down and putting zeros on the board and you're not having good swings against him, and especially if the ball's doing funny things. Usually if a guy's using some kind of a foreign substance to make the ball react funny, it's you notice it right away in the batter's box. You see the rotation on the pitch. You know what it should do. If it's doing something different, that's when you get a little suspicious. But just watching from our camera shot, I haven't seen the ball do anything that would indicate a spitball, a grease ball, anything like that. It may just be something he uses to get a better grip on the baseball.
Chris Herman checks his swing. He did not go, says Bob Davidson at third. Chris singled his first time up. Norris working that baseball right now. You can see the forearm on the glove hand is a lot sweatier than it is on his pitching hand, if you want to use that term.
I'm told there's a very popular sunscreen that is in use quite a bit.
Well, it's just about, you know, taking precautions when you're playing under a roof.
Yeah, you don't want to get that left wrist sunburned. But pitchers even at the college level have taken to this one particular brand of sunscreen that seems to give them the kind of tacky feel they want on their throwing hand, so they can grip the baseball and make it do what they want it to do.
Can you go get foul balls, or if you're the other team, and sort of investigate if there's a substance on them?
The home team gets all the baseballs. Every ball that's thrown out of the game goes to the third base dugout here at Chase Field, and of course any of the coaches or Chip Hale himself take a look at those baseballs as they come out of play and see if there's anything unusual on the ball itself.
Well, as you said, if there is something, it's not working very well here in this third inning. 2-2. No one warming up as of yet in the Dodger bullpen, but boy, Norris has really had to throw a lot of pitches here in this third.
He's thrown as many pitches in this inning as he threw in the first 2 innings combined. Up to 68 on the ball game.
35th of this inning on the way. Lamb at second, Castillo at first. 2 outs and 3 runs in.
In a ball game, you look for every little edge, and going to a 3-2 count with 2 outs and a couple runners on base, that's an edge. The runners are going to be in motion now as this pitch is delivered to Chris Herman.
It'll be Norris's 70th pitch of the ball game, and he's still not out of the 3rd inning. 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. There go the runners, and Herman strikes out. So Norris is finally out of this 3rd, but the Diamondbacks get 3, and they take a 3-2 lead.
Fourth inning. Hey fans, we invite you to participate in Gila River game nights by signing up at one of the interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
That has become enormously popular here in the ballpark. Between innings, when you're the contestant, the whole ballpark is trying to help you out.
Oh yeah, and you better not fail.
Well, you were just mentioning a sunscreen that might work. It's 50 plus SPF. Scott Van Slyke leads off the 4th against Patrick Corbin. Patrick now with a 3-2 lead. Here's the defensive alignment against the right-hand hitting Van Slyke, who grounded out his first time up. Van Slyke has played in only 35 games this year. He wound up on the DL almost as soon as the season began. He had a lower back problem. Missed almost all of April and all of May. Gets this one away from the shift, and he rolls into right center, leadoff single. Well, that's the other way to deal with the defensive overshift.
I was thinking, with all the shifts that we've seen in baseball the last couple of years, and we'll continue to see moving forward, the Cubs teams of the mid-'80s. I think Mark Grace was on those teams, and Ryne Sandberg and Zonk, Keith Moreland, Gary Wood. Some of these guys, if you gave them a hole, they would spend the entire at bat trying to hit a ball to that hole, even if it meant a 99 hop dribbler ground ball through the right side. They would take advantage of what the defense presented to them.
This one's going to sneak through the 5-5 hole. A pair of singles leads off the LA 4th. Do you like that idea? Because take Van Slyke, for instance, big right-hand power hitter against a left-hand pitcher. You'd want him maybe swinging for the fences.
I think it depends on the game situation, where you're at in the innings and the score, and who's on the mound and who's likely to be on the mound. But you know, you put the first baseman holding a runner on the bag and the second baseman cheating just a little bit towards second base in anticipation of a double play. Keith Moreland and, as I mentioned, Gracie would look for a ball that they could somehow pull to that right side or push to that right side, and it was frustrating. A lot of times just an easy dribbler ground ball just out of everybody's reach, and the Cubs would have runners at first and third. The next batter would come up. There's still a hole on the right side of the infield. He'd try to hit that same hole on the right side. Call that getting on the merry-go-round. First to third, first to third, first to third.
Well, the Dodgers 2-1 and nobody out to open up the inning. Here's Chris Taylor, who struck out his first time up. Taylor in there at second base tonight against the left-hand pitcher Corbin. Chase Utley on the bench. It's a guy with LA who's played third base. He's played some second base and some shortstop. Dodgers picked him up in the middle of last month in a trade with Seattle. He sent his pitcher Zach Lee to the Mariners. Taylor played his college ball at the University of Virginia. He's a UVA Wahoo, same school that produced Phil Gosselin. Drives that one deep to left center field. And it reaches the wall. Van Slyke will score. They'll wave Grandal behind him. And Taylor is in there with a 2-run triple.
Taylor showing some surprising pop right there. Off-speed pitch out over the plate, and he barreled it up to that gap in left center field and showed some good speed as well. He very nearly caught up with YASMANI Grandal as he pulled into third. Grandal was just getting to home plate.
Well, this is something that has really plagued the Diamondbacks, Bob, all season long. They get the lead and then they give it right back in the next half inning. We talk about, and this is something that Tony La Russa really stresses, the idea of a shutdown inning. Once you get the lead, keep the lead. But it's just been a real problem all year long. Here's Bud Norris. Fights that one off and lines it to Segura with the infield in, and that's the first out in the fourth.
This game is so much about momentum, and when your team scores some runs, gives you a lead in a ball game, if you can go out there and put a 0 on the board, you still have that momentum when you come back in to take your at-bats again in the bottom half of the inning. But when you go right back out and give the runs back, and now as an offense you feel like you're starting all over. You're behind in the ball game again. You got to find a way to scratch and claw and tie it up and then hopefully take the lead.
Infield will stay in, relatively in, for Howie Kendrick, who's 0 for 2. How do you define that infield depth right here?
I would call it in. I mean, it's not all the way in at the cut of the grass, but how far in you play is determined by the speed of the runner at third. And as I mentioned, I think Taylor runs really well. Surprised the Diamondbacks aren't all the way in. It doesn't matter.
Kendrick shoots that one down the right field line. An RBI single for Howie Kendrick, and it's 5-3 LA. Fourth Dodger hit in this inning against Patrick Corbin.
That's something Kendrick has done so well throughout his career. Just hit the ball from foul line to foul line. That time got a pitch up and out over the plate. Didn't try to pull it. Just hit it hard to the right side, and that time got it by Goldie for an RBI base hit.
Taylor in from third. Each team with 6 hits now. Brings up Corey Seager, who has struck out and doubled. Takes that one for a ball, and it's 1-0. Corey Seager hitting just under 240 versus left-handers this year. That includes 4 home runs. He's homered this year 17 times. Leads the Dodgers in home runs. Well, it's been a very bumpy ride for Patrick Corbin in the fourth inning. Handed a 3-2 lead. Van Slyke single, Grandal single, Taylor triple. Norris, the pitcher, lined out to second. Then Kendrick singled Taylor home. So 4 of the first 5 have reached in the inning with base hits. Still just 1 out. behind 3-0. Justin Turner, who homered in the first inning against Patrick Corbin, is on deck. On the fastball, 3-1. Big crowd here tonight on a Friday night in downtown Phoenix. First game of the second half of the year. First of 3 against LA. 3-2 pitch. Kendrick holds it first, and Seager takes a base on ball. Second walk issued by Corbin. Justin Turner, when he came up with 2 down in the first, as Mike Butcher will pay a mound visit here. Turner hit one 441 feet that went straight into the camera well out there in the batter's eye in dead center field. His 14th of the year. He's got good numbers against Patrick Corbin, so he's going to have to think on his feet right here. Here's a look at the Turner home run right into the cameras.
Turner has that big leg kick with the front side. Usually would be susceptible to off-speed pitches, but if you make a mistake with an off-speed pitch, he can still hit that.
You know, I don't want to get on Toby. He's got a job to do out there, but I would have liked to have seen him catch that one.
Throw it back.
He's got his hands on the camera. He's got, there he is. I know you got a job to do. He's like, you're going to get on me now?
Just save the equipment, Toby.
Our crew here does such a tremendous job. We are blessed. See, he wouldn't throw himself in front of the camera because he's a professional. He knows that that would block his own shot.
Right.
Yeah. Let's take a look. This is Toby on the camera right here. Patrick getting into a deeper hole, down 2-0. He moved out of the way. He's got a fan who wants the ball. Hey, can I have that?
Yeah, I'm working here.
You guys going to use that ball? You know, all the balls that go flying out there, we should do a game from one of the home run porches.
That sounds like a great idea.
Maybe we'll do that. Maybe at some point next week, BB, you and I can go out there. I mean, I love those seats out there. If you've never sat in either home run porch in right center or left center, it's a tremendous view. You've got a full counter out there with TV replay monitors. You can sit back, put all your snacks up on the counter, put your feet up, and watch the game. And you get a lot of home run balls out there. You and I should do a game from out there. I want you to have your staff get on that.
I'll have my staff get right on that.
Well, Corbin, back-to-back walks, and the bases are loaded. And there's action in the Diamondback bullpen. Dominic Leone has started warming up at the Sanderson Ford bullpen as Adrian Gonzalez comes up with the bases loaded and 1 out. And 3 runs already in for LA.
Now Patrick, in facing Adrian Gonzalez back in that 3rd inning, had him tied in knots, struck him out with 3 sliders. And for one of the rare times this season, Gonzalez just didn't look like he had an idea of what he was looking for at the plate. Probably has a better idea this time.
Well, looks about the same so far.
Doesn't seem to be picking that slider up out of Patrick's hand at all.
Gonzalez 2 for 5 this year with the bases loaded. So far tonight he has walked and struck out. Stays away with a fastball but misses, and it's 1-1. Gonzalez closed the first half of the season with 2 hits in each of his last 3 games. He homered Sunday in their first half finale against the Padres. Boy, he is just not picking up the ball out of Patrick's hand at all. It's 1-2. Bases are full. Kendrick at third, Seager at second, and Turner at first. D-backs started this inning with a 3-2 lead. They now trail at 5-3. Each team with 6 hits. Rolls that one just foul, says Dale Scott at first. And there's Kirk. Foul pole Farley getting those khakis dirty.
Cover that grenade.
Our Golden Glover down the right field line. There's old foul pole. Let's get a look at this one.
Sometimes you got to leave your feet to make a play. Nicely done.
Like Mike Smith of the Coyotes in net there. Kirk foul pole Farley working right field. Gary Go-Go Gagne is our Golden Glover down the left field line tonight. 1-2 on Adrian Gonzalez with the bases full and 1 out. Just did get a piece. Dominic Leone still throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. Patrick Corbin just cannot turn his luck around in this ballpark. He's not won in his home field since September 7th of last year. Winless in his last 10 starts at Chase Field. 0-5 this year. Check the swing. Did he go? No, he didn't, Bob Davidson. It's 2-2. Gonzalez, the 8th Dodger to bat in this inning. Puig on deck.
Now you want to get him right here. I talked about it in the previous half inning. Get those runners in motion on a full count. Well, there's only 1 out in the inning, so I doubt if they'll be in motion, but still want to put him away here on the 2-2 pitch.
Called strike 3. 7 strikeouts for Corbin. He's got Gonzalez twice.
Right fielder Yasiel Puig.
So here's Puig, who has been punched out twice, 0 for 2. Bases full of Dodgers and 2 outs. Velocity has not been there either for Patrick tonight. Usually very low 90s at best. This is upstairs and he's behind on Puig. 2-0. Critical at bat in the ball game right here for the Diamondbacks. Three balls and no strikes. Patrick Corbin facing his 9th Dodger hitter in this inning, about to throw his 30th pitch of the 4th. I don't recall Puig being that hunched over at the plate.
I was just thinking the same thing, hitting out of a lot more of a crouch this year.
There's the strike, 3-1.
Or at least this at bat.
It was like that the first two. It's almost like a little Pete Rose as he starts off, then he kind of stands up, but he was never that hunched over before.
He was very upright last season.
80 pitches for Corbin, only 44 for strikes. 3-1 to Puig. He belts that to center. Michael Bourn won't get there. Hendricks scores. Seager scores. And he is out of there at second. Oh, hold on. Here comes Turner. He will score after the final out is made. So that's 2 runs for the Dodgers. And they take a 7-3 lead as the inning ends.
Longworth, and I am joined now by social media guru LAN AT ARI, and if you're one of her 90,000 plus followers on Twitter, you probably know her better as @Lana. And now she knows sports and food. She tweets about it a lot. So the Diamondbacks, when they found out you were in town and coming to the game, they had to set you up with their very new sundae. It's a 2-pound ice cream sundae known as a triple play. How does it rate?
It's so good because, well, not only is it huge, but it's Cold Stone, so it's really, really, really rich and really good. We've got brownies, 3 different flavors. We've got waffle cone pieces, sprinkles, caramel, chocolate syrup. It's so good.
And you, of course, are into baseball. You've been to a lot of ballparks. So how does this rate compare to other food you've tried at places?
I mean, especially on the ice cream dessert side, it's so good. I feel like there isn't really anything like this on the dessert side anywhere else that is this quality and this massive. Probably not for one person, but I'm going to eat it all anyway.
Yeah, it is marketed as a group dessert, guys, so maybe you guys can break into this one. It is National Ice Cream Day on Sunday, and it's a good workout because it's 2 pounds. So while she's eating it here, she's also lifting weights. Makes sense, right?
Sure. I'm going to go with that. It's healthy.
Yeah, you can have one on Sunday on National Ice Cream Day, which coincidentally, not ironically, is Baxter's birthday.
That's right.
So that's how you celebrate. And by the way, if I get one of those, I'm not sharing it with anybody.
You better get it tonight if you want to. You can eat it till Sunday.
That's right. Tomas skies one to center for Van Slyke. You know, I've often thought of you as an internet personality.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but sounds good. I know it gets you free ice cream.
Apparently.
Several pounds worth, in fact. Pitcher spot is due up. And Patrick Corbin's night will end here. We'll get a look at Phil Gosselin. So Gosselin, as we open up the bottom of the 4th inning, will hit for Corbin. And Patrick goes only 4 innings tonight and leaves trailing 7-3.
That makes 21 consecutive games where the starter for the Diamondbacks went fewer than 7 innings.
hard to win like that.
Yeah, it really is.
So Gosselin's in there for Corbin, 270 with a homer.
And that's by far the longest active streak in the majors, by at least 6, depending on what happens tonight.
There's a strike from Bud Norris. Phil has hit safely in 4 straight games, 6 of his last 7. He's been very productive lately. Batting .314 in 38 plate appearances this year. He's a pinch hitter, but he's down 0-2. Sunday is going to be a big day. dbacks.com/tickets. It's a big weekend, in fact. Friday night fireworks tonight. Tomorrow night, you've got the D-backs sombrero. Everybody gets a sombrero. Plus Luis Coronel after the ball game. I think the lovely Mike and Vanessa are going to join us shortly. Get a last look at that sombrero. And then Sunday, Baxter's birthday here at the ballpark. Called strike 3. Bud Norris gets his 5th strikeout. By the way, Baxter is to be congratulated. I don't know if you saw, Bob. I know you're busy with your internet personality job, but Baxter finished 2nd to the Twins mascot TC Bear in the mascot home run derby at San Diego.
Is that right?
Yeah, that was at the All-Star game at Petco Park, and Baxter came in 2nd to a bear, and a bear's a lot bigger than a bobcat, so probably wasn't fair. And he still came in 2nd.
There's a lot of good mascots around baseball, but I don't think there's a more athletic mascot than Baxter.
Not even close. Here's Nick Ahmed. You know, some of those mascots, they have props. You know, the Philly Fanatic, who's great, rides around on his ATV thing. Some guys have props and stuff. Baxter he does his thing, man. He doesn't need, he's not like a prop comic. See, this is what he does before the game. Messes with their heads. A high bouncer to Turner at 3rd. And that's a shutdown inning for Bud Norris. We are through 4. Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers 7-3. D-backs trail the Dodgers 7-3. The lovely Mike and Vanessa are here. We got a lot to cover here. Let's start with the game tomorrow night, which is a big game, fans, because that's a D-back sombrero night. First 20,000 fans get the D-back sombrero. After the game, there's Luis. How do you say it?
We have a post-game concert with Luis Coronel.
Luis, I can't do that. Luis Coronel.
Roll the R's. Arr.
Like the Ricardo Montalban. I can't pull that off. And then Sunday is a big day. It's Baxter's birthday. It's National Ice Cream Day. And first 5,000 kids get the back-to-school backpack that Mike is modeling here. The lovely Mike. Nice job. Now, we still haven't got you a mic, right? I like this. It's like a Penn and Teller act where only one talks. If only the booth was like that, right?
Thank you, guys.
Hey, well, it's great to have you guys here as always. What'd you do during the break?
I worked.
Yeah, all you do is work.
I work. That's all I do is work. What'd you do?
Me too. Me too. I worked. I ended up in Vegas and was frightened by most of the people there.
Oh, God, I bet. Yeah. Well, both you guys work radio all day, and then you're here at night. Hard-working crew here. Well, enjoy the sombreros and the backpack. Sombreros tomorrow, backpack Sunday. dbacks.com/tickets.
Can I wear it the rest of the evening because it's Latin themed music?
I would prefer that you did, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
The lovely Mike and Vanessa. Dominic Leone, the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks, on a relief of Patrick Corbin. Scott Van Slyke opens up the LA fifth. Dominic Leone, a 6.75 ERA in 5 appearances with the D-backs this year. He has made 2 scoreless appearances since his latest recall from AAA Reno. Always nice to be joined by the lovely Mike and Vanessa.
I still say you have that backwards.
What are you saying?
The lovely Vanessa.
Along with Mike.
Along with Mike.
I don't want Mike to get, I want him up. They're tweeting out a picture right now in the sombreros here in our booth. That's how you become an internet personality right there. There's the sombrero selfie, as it were.
Yeah, you can see our wall of fame back there behind Mike and Vanessa. Every time we have a guest up here in the booth, we ask them to kindly sign our wall over there. We've got some Hall of Famers and some people that are far away from the Hall of Fame.
Well, and Dennis Lamb, star of the Dennis Lamb Show. Yeah, there's some big time signatures on that wall. Where is Dennis Lamb? Dennis, stop crouching down. There he is.
There he is. Like, where's Waldo? Where's Dennis?
The only audio guy in the business that signs autographs. Modeling the D-back sombrero that gets handed out tomorrow night to the first 20,000 fans. Get your tickets at dbacks.com. And Slyke knocks that into center. BOURN over to cut it off, and Slyke will settle for a leadoff single. He's 2 for 3.
Well, a nice job by Michael BOURN to cut that ball off and keep it from rolling all the way to the wall. Van Slyke had thoughts about heading for second base, but as Michael unleashed a throw to Nick Ahmed, he had to quickly hit the brakes over there at first base and hustle back to the bag.
YASMANI GRANDAL now batting from the left-hand side. That's his power side. Singleton scored his last time up. He's 1 for 2. It's hard to first. Goldie. Can they turn it? You betcha. Nobody does that better than Paul Goldschmidt.
Well, as 3-6-3 double plays go, this is a pretty easy one. Hard hit ball on one hop. Goldie gets off the throw quickly to the shortstop and takes that return throw himself. That's such a hard play for a right-handed throwing first baseman to turn his body, get a strong throw, an accurate throw off to second base, and then get back and cover the bag. Goldie does it as well as anybody.
He does that and chasing down foul balls over his head, Willie Mays style. Nobody's better at those 2 plays than Goldie. Chris Taylor over the glove of Lamb, and it rolls toward the left field corner. Taylor had a 2-run triple his last time up as a 2-out double.
And Nick playing even with the baseline. Just a high bouncer gets over his head down into that left field corner. And for the Dodgers, that clears the pitcher spot as Bud Norris is going to make his way to the plate here with 2 outs in the inning.
Good night for Chris Taylor. Just his 11th game with the Dodgers this year after he was acquired from the Mariners. He's at second with 2 down for the pitcher Norris. Edwin Escobar, the left-hander, started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. He was just brought up today after Shelby Miller was sent to AAA Reno yesterday. So it's a 10-man Diamondback bullpen. They're going into the second half of the year, coming off 4 off days with a 10-man bullpen.
I can't say I've ever seen that before, but the Diamondbacks do have some off days coming up. So, the starters, you can go with a 4-man rotation and use the extra arm down in the bullpen.
And Escobar, who's been starting down there for Phil Nevin at Reno, is the guy who can give you some length back in that bullpen. 11 appearances with the Aces this year, all starts. A 5-2 record. Edwin Escobar picked up on waivers from the Red Sox earlier this year. 1-1 on Bud Norris. Reaches out and dunks that one into left. Here comes Taylor. Here's the throw from Herman. It's cut off, and it's 8-3 Dodgers. An RBI single for the pitcher.
He's caught a little bit too much plate that time as Norris adjusts his swing, reaches out there, gets it off the very end of the bat, poses a little bit on that base hit to left field, and with Taylor's speed out there on at second base, he's going to score easily. Herman mishandled the ball slightly, but no play anyway.
So far, 4 batters against Dominic Leone. He's given up 3 hits. There's the leadoff man, Howie Kendrick, an RBI single his last time. He's 1 for 3. This one's got a chance to get down in right center, and it does. Norris trips over the second base bag. The throw is into third. He thought about heading into third base, stumbled after he put on the brakes on another base hit given up by Dominic Leone.
Now we know throughout the first half of the season, as you get a look at Bud Norris tripping over the bag at second, retreat. YASMANI TOMAS playing extremely deep out in right field for everybody, including the opposing pitcher. In this case, the leadoff hitter Howie Kendrick just couldn't get to that ball.
We got the left-hand hitting Corey Seager coming up. The lefty Escobar is ready in the bullpen. We'll take a break. Diamondbacks down 8-3. Two outs in the 5th inning. Time now for Greater Coverage of Baseball. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. A look around the rest of the National League West. Rockies beat up on the Braves at Turner Field 11-2. And the Giants opening up their second half in San Diego at Petco Park, which just hosted the All-Star game. They're tied up with the Padres 1-1. Madison Bumgarner, who started Sunday against the Diamondbacks in San Francisco, sat out the All-Star game, is starting that game tonight against Andrew Kashner. Your Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change. It's the lefty Edwin Escobar who's in there to face Corey Seager. Bud Norris, the pitcher, was a little late getting back on the bag during the timeout. He's at second. Now Kendrick at first. 2 outs. A run in. Edwin Escobar, 2 starts with the Diamondbacks this year. Mixed results, but here's a lefty who throws mid-90s. Got a big spinning slider. Brought up from the minor leagues today, taking the roster spot of Shelby Miller, who went to Reno. Ahead of Seager, 0-1. Seager has doubled, walked, and scored a run. Escobar picked up on waivers from Boston at the end of April. 5-2 and 11 starts in Reno with a 5.56 ERA. Remember the first time we saw Edwin Escobar, the results were not great. The second time it was somewhat encouraging. Good velocity and a big slider. Missed with it that time, and it's 1-2. Bounces off the mound, but goes right to Nick Ahmed. And that ends the inning, but the Dodgers get one more. They lead at 8-3.
Lead at 8-3 over the Diamondbacks. When the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. A day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Well, the Diamondbacks with a mountain to climb here, down 5 as we start the bottom of the 5th. They've been out hit 11-6. They trail at 8-3. And Dean Segura will lead it off against Bud Norris. Segura, Bourne, and Goldie 1, 2, and 3 in the Arizona 5th. Diamondbacks were down 2-0. They led it 3-2 after 3. But the Dodgers had a 5-run 4th. They added 1 more in the 5th. Segura has struck out, flied out 0 for 2. Happy birthday wishes today, BB. I want to wish a happy birthday to Peter O'Brien. It's Pete's birthday. And a guy that you are familiar with, I believe. There's the pitch And it's become requisite now up and into Gene Segura. Kurt Manwaring's birthday.
Kurt Manwaring, Gold Glove catcher back in the day with the San Francisco Giants from Horseheads, New York. He went to Coastal Carolina. He was a Chanticleer. Of course, you know, to tease Kurt, we used to call them the Chandeliers.
That's mean.
That is mean.
You can't tease them now. They won the national championship.
Yeah.
Got Chanticleers coming out of the woodwork all over the country now.
I'm not so sure Kurt Manwaring could play the game now with the demands on catchers as far as blocking home plate.
Ooh.
Kurt would block home plate even if there wasn't a play. He loved the contact.
Yasiel Puig. Segura 0 for 3, one away. Well, you gotta love contact if you're a catcher, don't you?
Yeah, he did. I mean,
ever meet a catcher who was afraid of contact?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. There's been quite a few of them over the years that were more than willing to let that runner slide into home plate and come in late with the swipe tag. Oh, just missed him.
Well, no, Pudge Fisk started that after he got plowed over and broke his leg as a rookie. There's Michael Bourne, who had a 2-run triple his last time up. That snapped a 1 for 18 stretch. Turner in on the grass at third, and there's strike one.
Kurt Manwaring has a son, Dylan, playing in the Atlanta Braves organization, working his way through the minor leagues.
They missed you in San Francisco, by the way. They were all upset that you weren't there. Where's BB?
What can I say?
Pruko and Kuiper, they were not happy. They got grandfather responsibilities.
That's right.
That's all.
Duties.
You're like one of these guys spinning the plates up there. You got 3 with 1 more coming.
I'll tell you what, it all sounded like a good idea on the surface to spend the All-Star break in Chicago with my daughter and granddaughter and son-in-law, but I keep forgetting that the granddaughter wakes up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Not sleeping in. Norris beats Bourne to the bag. 2 up, 2 down. Well, that's 6 in a row retired by Bud Norris. Here's Goldie, who has flied out. He's got an RBI ground out.
Speaking of Chicago, the Cubs came out firing after the All-Star break. A 6-0 win over the Rangers today in Chicago.
Yeah, Texas did not exactly play stellar defense in that ball game. I was watching some of that. Watching Len and JD.
In that Nationals 5-1 victory over the Pirates, Steven Strasburg goes to a perfect 13-0 on the season.
Well, you know, there was a time there where you weren't sure if Strasburg was going to make it.
Right.
At least not to the level that everybody expected he would. But the Nationals gave him that big contract, and so far so good.
In other baseball news, Billy Hamilton, better check it out on the highlight shows tonight, scored from second base on a ground out.
He is awesome.
He is something to watch.
We're headed there on our first road trip coming up next week. Let's see. We'll be in Cincinnati to start off a long 10-game trip starting on Friday, a week from tonight. 3 in Cincinnati, 4 in Milwaukee, and 3 against these Dodgers in LA. That means the Death Star speaker. That one bounces through the hole. SEAGER, what a play! But Goldie beats it out. He made that one close. You know, there's a lot of talk that maybe he would have to go to third base. He's a big kid at 6'4", 215, but he moves really well.
Third baseman, check.
I mentioned it before. He just seems to have a peace about his game. It doesn't ever look like he's panicked. It doesn't ever look like he's rushing anything, even on a play like that, deep in the hole.
What do they call that? A low heartbeat.
Low heartbeat.
Jake Lamb is singled and struck out. And there's the shift once again. His first time up in the second inning, he belted one right through it. Norris now at 90 pitches, 61 strikes. Trying to complete this 5th inning. Mentioned Jake Lamb leading the National League in slugging percentage. He's 4th in the league in OPS, which is on base combined with slugging. 983 OPS for Jake Lamb coming into the ball game. And just for perspective, that OPS for Jake this year, that's better than Chris Bryant, Nolan Arenado, Brandon Belt, Cargo, Bryce Harper, Freddie Freeman, Ryan Braun, on down the list. He's 4th best in the league. He's even ahead of Goldie. And there goes Goldie. He got a big jump. The throw from GRANDAL is not in time. That's stolen base number 12 for Paul Goldschmidt. Moving those teal shoes.
One thing you love about Goldie, watch the slide at second base. That front foot will hit the bag and he'll stay right there.
Oh, it hit real hard though.
It hit hard, but he was prepared for it. So many guys slide over the bag. They slide late and hit the bag and bounce out into left center field. Goldie always extends that front leg, hits the bag, that stops his momentum, and he stays right there on the bag.
12 for 15 in his stolen base attempts this year. 0-1 on Lamb. Yeah, you don't see guys stay on the bag like that at all anymore. No. Usually it's an effort just to keep a pinky finger on that base as they overslide.
And some guys will extend the lead foot out there toward the base, but it'll be above the base and they don't really get on the bag until the back leg hits the base, and many times they get tagged out as that front leg goes above the base.
Down 8-3 with 2 outs. Base hit. And Williams will wave Goldie home. Here's the throw from Van Slyke. It is not in time. The RBI for Lamb, and it's an 8-4 ball game. Jake 2 for 3. Stolen base really factors in there.
An infield hit, a stolen base, and then a line drive into center field. Gets a run home with 2 outs in the inning.
So a couple of 2-out singles keep the inning going. A run is in, and here's Wellington Castillo. Castillo singled his last time up. He's 1 for 2.
Yeah, last at bat he jumped on the first pitch he saw from Bud Norris and hit that hard ground ball through the left side of the infield.
Norris approaching 100 pitches. Bullpen will start getting busy for LA. Looks like Pedro Baez, the hard throwing right-hander, is going to start warming up. Big swing and a miss by Beef, and it's 1-1. Here's Pedro Baez.
I get the feeling this is it for Bud Norris here in the 5th inning. If he gets through this inning. Dodger bullpen on that 10-game homestand before the break posted a 1.57 ERA. Opponents hit only 1.69 against them. So if you can get 5 out of Bud Norris and turn the ball over to that bullpen, Davey Roberts got to like his chances.
Yeah, the bullpen has won them a lot of games lately. They're 18-8 since June 14th. No team in baseball has won more games than the Dodgers over that span. There's Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach, on the right. Dave Roberts, the skipper, on the left.
The Dodgers relievers have improved their ERA every month. In April it was 3.84. In May it was 2.98. June 2.51, and in July 1.57.
It's really gotten them through some injuries to their rotation. It's helped cover up a lot of absences, but they're getting healthier there. 2-2 on Wellington Castillo. Broken bat, Tapper back to Norris. And that ends the inning. But the Diamondbacks get 1 back through 5. They trail the Dodgers 8-4. Chase Field as we start the 6th inning. Hey fans, MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and a whole lot more. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions to apply, so check out MLB.TV for all the details. Edward Escobar back out there for the Diamondbacks. They got the ground ball that ended the LA 5th, and now Justin Turner leads off the 6th. He has homered, reached on an error, and walked. 1 for 2. Turner, Gonzalez, and Puig, the heads of state of this Dodger order here in the 6th inning. 3, 4, and 5. One and one. There's that velocity from Escobar, 93. He'll get it up mid-90s. Why is it that lefties don't throw as hard as righties? Anytime you see a lefty that throws 93, 4, or 5, it's a big deal.
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I don't know if there is a good answer for that. Occasionally you'll see a lefty come along, a Billy Wagner or somebody like that that can rush it up there and near 100. Yeah, but most of the time, mid-90s for a lefty is considered high velocity.
Yeah, we see that with Robbie Ray all the time. He'll go 96, 97.
Aroldis Chapman occasionally gets it up there.
A little bit.
110s.
Another 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Escobar. He's got a good live arm. And it's 2-2. This is a guy they like. It's going to be interesting, Bob, over the second half of this year as this bullpen evolves. Certain guys are going to have to step up and show they belong here, and they can get outs consistently at this level. And they're going to get a lot of auditions, a lot of looks at some of these young guys, and he plunks Turner. That's been a problem for Escobar, the command. And now Dan Isonia is warning everybody. Isonia has just warned both benches. And here comes Dave Roberts. Now Turner homered in the 1st inning. Dale Scott, the crew chief, is over there at first base. Chip Hale's come out of the dugout now. Isonia making it clear to both skippers. And he's going to huddle up with both guys now that the benches have been warned. I know Turner homered in the 1st, but that's the first pitch near a hitter for either team.
All right.
And now he's giving Dave Roberts the same explanation.
Well, if it had not have hit Justin Turner, there's a good chance Dan Isonia would have called it a strike.
There is that. Now Dave Roberts has a point. Why are we getting warned? Here's a look. Now Isonia will issue a warning right there to Escobar, and then both benches get it right there and there. And Wellington Castillo is stunned. What?
Well, that's not a time that you would normally hit somebody, whether on purpose or unintentionally. You don't want to put the leadoff man on. A 4-run ball game.
Well, Turner and Goldie down there at first seem to be having a chuckle. Dave Roberts not exactly thrilled, nor is Chip Hale.
Yeah, you mentioned Escobar's command issues. That's the 3rd batter he's hit in 7 innings pitched this year, so there is that.
Yeah, he's got a lot of walks on his minor league track record as well. So anyway, Turner's aboard again. He's been on base every time he's been up there tonight. Still has only 1 hit. An error, a walk, and a hit batter after his home run. 1-0 on Gonzalez, who has walked and struck out twice. He really had a tough time with Patrick Corbin. Shift is on for the Diamondbacks, and he hits it the other way. Chris Herman plays it on the hop.
fights that ball off to the opposite field, was up and out over the plate, didn't get all of it. Herman looked like he had thoughts about coming in, making a diving attempt, but he knows if it gets behind him, there's nobody to back up that play. So he wisely backs off, plays it on a hop. Dodgers on at first and second.
Well, Puig is coming up, and a right-hander is coming in. Silvino Bracho on his way in. Diamondbacks trail at 8-4. First two Dodgers have reached in the 6th inning. Your Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change. It's the Bulldog right-hander Silvino Bracho. 12 appearances in the big leagues this year, a 6.94 ERA. His last appearance came when he pitched the 8th inning last Friday at San Francisco. Gave up a pinch hit home run to Gregor Blanco to start that inning. Also had a 2-out walk. And he's got 2 on, nobody out for Yasiel Puig, who had a 2-run single his last time up.
You mentioned the Diamondbacks starting the second half of the season with 10 relievers available out of the bullpen, and due to the short start by Patrick Corbin tonight, we may see them all.
They're going to get their chances, that's for sure. Don't you at some point here, and maybe we're already past that point, Bob, have to start identifying guys who can help you moving forward as we look to 2017.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, obviously you still try to win every ball game, and Chip and his staff are doing everything they can to find ways to mold this unit into a team that can win more regularly, but you have to look at the big picture as well, and right now the big picture is looking forward to next year and how does it all fit together then.
Good fastball from Bracho at 94. Well, Diamondbacks last in the National League West, 19 games behind the division leading Giants. They are 10 games back in the wild card. 3 over 500 on the road this year, but just 15-32 here at home. Giants trailing the Padres 2-1 in San Diego. They're in the 4th inning. That's in the hole and through. Turner's going to stop at third. The bases are loaded, and he's just back in time. Chris Woodward put the brakes on down there. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Center fielder
Scott Van Slyke. 2 for 3, a couple of singles. He has scored a run. Bases full of Dodgers and no outs. There's a strike at 94, 0-1. Justin Turner's at third, Adrian Gonzalez at second, Yasiel Puig at first. good chance that Puig could reach third from where he is before Gonzalez could from where he is. Good pitch by Bracho. And Slyke out way in front, and it's 0-2. Silvino Bracho is a guy that was very impressive in September last year. They really thought he'd be a key cog in this bullpen this season. He was on the opening day roster, but has struggled at this level this year. Shows flashes of good stuff. That fastball that gets in on you quickly. Some good off speed and breaking pitches, but just not able to get consistent outs, at least not yet. But still a young guy. In fact, he'll turn 24 coming up on Sunday. Silvino Bracho. He shares a birthday with Baxter.
How about that?
That's a good omen for him. And he strikes out Van Slyke with the bases full.
Obviously a big first out there to keep the runners where they are on the bases. And now ground ball at one of your defenders. You could possibly get a double play and get out of this inning.
That was a nice pitch by Bracho. Got to be careful with the power hitting, switch hitting catcher Yasmani Grandal. Singled and scored in the fourth. He's 1 for 3. 12 home runs this year for Grandal, 11 as a left-hand hitter. Grandal, mentioned this earlier in the ball game, had a 3-homer game a week ago against the Padres. 6 home runs in his last 9 games.
And get that little thing he does here where he'll reach up with his left hand and grab the right jersey and tug the sleeve there. It kind of reminds you of Ichiro a little bit.
And there's a little David Peralta in there as well.
Speaking of Ichiro, got hit number 2,991 in the Marlins victory tonight over the Cardinals.
One of the greatest of all time for me, Ichiro.
Yep.
What a player. Bracho got the strikeout of Van Slyke, now ahead of Grandal, 0-2. Bounces that one in the dirt. Slider missed, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. So we've seen the fastball, the slider, and the changeup from Bracho so far tonight. Changeup very effective against Van Slyke.
I mentioned earlier that Billy Hamilton scored from second base on an infield ground out. Carlos Correa, the Houston Astros, scored from second base on a wild pitch tonight.
He's another pretty good young player.
Yes, indeed.
The Astros have really figured it out after a very rough start. They're leading 6-3 at Safeco Field against the Mariners. That's in the 6th inning. Giants now trailing San Diego 3-1. Rockies beat the Braves earlier tonight in Atlanta 11-2. Fastball misses away, and it's 2-2. Blue Jays come in here next week. They're in Oakland right now. They lead the A's 7-6. 2-2 to Yasmani Grandal. Got him. Silvino Bracho with another big bases loaded punch out.
Well located fastball right on that outside corner. Tough pitch to do anything with. Grandal came up empty.
One more out to get. It's Chris Taylor, who's had a very good night. A 2-run triple. He doubled and scored his last time up, 2 for 3. Pitcher spot is due up next. Andrew Tolles is in the on deck circle, with Pedro Baez still warming up in the Dodger bullpen. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Fastball miss up, and it's 1-0. This is the Savino Bracho we saw last year with the Diamondbacks. He worked just over 12 innings, 17 strikeouts, only 4 walks. His ERA in the big leagues last year was 1.46. Missed again with a fastball, and he's behind 2-0. Bracho finished last year with an 8-game scoreless streak, called up from AA Mobile for his big league debut last August 30th. Turner at third, Gonzalez at second, Puig at first. 2 outs. That one is hammered, and there it goes. Chris Taylor's first major league homer is a grand slam. He had never hit a major league home run in just under 100 career games, and there's number 1. It's 12-4. He's a single shy of the cycle.
Taylor's been impressive in this ball game tonight. He's barreled it up in 3 of his at bats. None more so than this one. Absolutely crushed to left field with the bases loaded.
He's got a triple, a double, a home run, 6 RBIs, and he's a single shy of the cycle. Andrew Toles, 2 for 7 this year, his first look at the big leagues, and he's got a little knock for a hit. A career day for Chris Taylor, just acquired from Seattle about 2 weeks ago. And what a day. He struck out his first time up, hit a 2-run triple in the 4th, scored a run. A double in the 5th, scored a run, and now we're grand slam here in the 6th. Dodgers have had a 5-run 4th, now a 4-run 6th. Here's Howie Kendrick. Another base hit.
Shortstop, Corey Seager.
Going to bring up Corey Seager, the shortstop. Bullpen still quiet for the Diamondbacks. Seager, the 9th man to bat here in the LA 6th. Dodgers now with 16 hits. Bracho ahead 0-2. Seager tonight has doubled, walked, scored a run. 1 for 3.
Oh, grab it!
Yeah, nobody throwing in the Diamondbacks bullpen with 2 outs in the inning, hoping Bracho can get the final out here in the top half of the 6th. But pitcher spot will be due up 3rd in the bottom half of the inning. I would imagine we'll see somebody begin to throw if Bracho can get the last out here.
All quiet down there. A 10-man bullpen for the Diamondbacks.
And Josh Coleman taking off the jacket as we speak.
Looking for some length back there, perhaps. Seager staying alive, still 0-2. Something about the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks have had their problems. D-backs only 12-32 versus LA since the start of the 2014 season. As Coleman starts to get loose. That has become Josh's role back there. It's not very glamorous. He's essentially the mop-up man. And there's a big mess out there right now. Two and two. Boy, Bracho made some really good pitches. He got Van Slyke, he got Grandal. One batter away from getting out of a bases loaded mess. Since then, a homer by Taylor, Toll singled, Kendrick singled, 2-2 on Seager. Pops it up, still playable. Lamb's over there in foul ground. But the Dodgers get 4 on the Taylor grand slam. They lead it 12-4.
Arizona Sports 1970 official radio opening match presents this.
Nearly enough as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. It's time to take a look back at baseball history, brought to you by Geico. Back in 1994 on this day, Albert Bell was suspected of having a corked bat.
No.
It was confiscated and taken to the umpire's locker room. And at some point thereafter, Jason Grimsley, who later admitted to it, climbed up above the crawl space into the umpire's locker room and exchanged the Albert Bell bat. But instead of replacing it with a clean Albert Bell bat, he put a Paul Sorrento bat in Davey Phillips' locker.
He went through an air duct or something, didn't he?
I guess when they came into the umpire's room after the game, there was some of the ceiling tiles were laying on the floor, and Didn't take long to figure out what had happened.
It's like Tom Cruise Mission Impossible stuff. New pitcher for the Dodgers, Pedro Baez, 50 strikeouts against only 12 walks. He's worked 42 1/3 innings, and Chris Herman will lead off the Diamondbacks 6th. D-backs have been out hit 16-8. They trail at 12-4. Herman has singled and struck out. He's 0 for 2, or 1 for 2, pardon me. Josh Colmenter still warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Looks like Josh will get the 7th. Irvin Alston, the bullpen coach, out there. To Turner. He catches it on the fly for the first out.
Right fielder, YASMANY.
Well, one thing to look at for the rest of this game is Chris Taylor, who's so far got a triple, a double, and a home run, a grand slam, in fact. So he's a single shy of the cycle. Dodgers have had only 9 cycles in their history. That seems hard to believe. They've been around a long time. Last Dodger cycle was the O-Dog back in '09, Orlando Hudson. YASMANY TOMAS. Pitcher spot due up next. Brandon Drury in the on-deck circle.
The thing about the O-Dog cycle is he talked to every opposing infielder on his way to third base on his triple.
Stopped and chatted, then kept running.
Kept running.
O-Dog's never had a bad day, it seems. There have already been 2 cycles in the major leagues this year. Freddie Freeman, June 15th for the Braves against the Reds, and Rajai Davis just had one for Cleveland. That was July 2nd against the Blue Jays. That's the game they actually lost at the Rogers Center that snapped that long winning streak Cleveland had. Tomas ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Tomas in right field tonight. David Peralta still out with that bad back. Chip Hale said today that David will begin a rehab assignment with AA Mobile. He appeared in some Arizona Rookie League games this week, so they want him and Chris Owings to get some minor league rehab games under their belt. About a week or so, and then hopefully he'll be back. David will go to Mobile and CO will go to Reno. So hopefully both guys join us on the next road trip in Cincinnati. That's about a week. The middle for Seager. Tomas 0 for 3, 2 down. Here's Brandon Drury.
Number 27.
Brandon hitting .270 with 9 home runs. Brandon's had a very solid July at the plate. He's hit safely in 6 of his 8 games this month, including 5 extra base hits. So later in the game we'll watch Chris Taylor go for the cycle. Last Dodger to have his first career home run be a grand slam, as Taylor just did in the top half of this inning, was Chico Fernandez. back in 1956. That was their second to last year at Ebbets Field. 56. They moved after the 57 season.
Way to go, Chico.
Paez works a 1-2-3 inning. It's 12-4 LA. You were mentioning Billy Hamilton earlier today. This was the play in Cincinnati. He scored from second base on a ground ball.
Attempted double play. The Brewers weren't able to turn it. Billy Hamilton never stopped running. Scores easily on that play.
That's what they call Billy Ball in the Natty. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks. It's the veteran right-hander Josh Colventer. 12 appearances, a 6.35 ERA. And Josh has been relegated to mop-up man duty. Diamondbacks this year are 1-11 in games in which Josh Colventer appears.
That's because as a general rule, when Josh comes into the ball game, the D-backs are already behind by a wide margin. Just tries to give them some innings, finish out the ball game, save the rest of that bullpen.
Well, there's a defensive change behind him. Brandon Drury will take over in left field, replacing Chris Herman. There's a chance that Chris injured himself during his at-bat to lead off the last half inning. And we'll get a look at that in just a minute, see if we can see what happened. No word as of yet from the Diamondbacks, but it didn't look great. Here's Turner, who will lead off the 7th. He homered back in the 1st against Patrick Corbin. Let's take a look at Chris Herman during his last at-bat. Ooh, that ankle. Yeah. Chris been battling a bad hamstring for a while now. Now it looked like he might have turned the ankle. We'll have all the latest from the Diamondback clubhouse on D-backs live postgame show. Get word from Chip Hale about that. 2-0 on Turner.
That's pretty common in baseball when you play every day, every day, every day. If you have some kind of a nagging injury, whether it be a hamstring or a quad or a sore ankle, it's not uncommon to injure something else trying to protect the initial injury.
Dizzy Dean. Isn't he the great example of that? When he hurt his foot or something and then changed his motion, was never the same. 2-2. Josh last appeared last Wednesday against the Padres. He worked the 9th inning. Gave up 4 runs on 3 hits, including a pair of homers. Giants at San Diego. That game is now 4-1 Padres in the 6th inning. Madison Bumgarner against Andrew Cashner. Rockies beat up on the Braves in Atlanta. They won that 11-2. Called strike 3. Colementor rings up Turner to open up the 7th.
Baseman ADRIAN GONZALEZ.
It's 12-4. That's a strike.
That's a strike.
You've heard of a 12-6 curveball? That's a 12-4 strike. Adrian Gonzalez singled and scored his last time up. 1 for 3. He's also walked tonight. Shift is on for the D-backs. There's a strike, 0-1. Smothers that one, recovers barehanded and makes the play. Nick Ahmed, another beauty.
That's why the Diamondbacks choose to leave the shortstop on the left side of the infield and move the third baseman over to the second base position so Nick can make plays like this using his range. That's our Chaz Roberts air conditioning and plumbing cool play of the game.
And fortunately, Gonzalez is one of the slowest runners in the game, so Nick had time to recover, pick it up with his bare hand, and get him by a step.
Throws from a knee. Wow.
Yasiel Puig. Puig 2 for 4. A couple of singles. He's got 2 RBIs and a run scored. He's also struck out twice. There he is, hunched over. That's a good shot of it. That's his normal position when he receives the pitch, but when he starts out, it's when he's more hunched over.
Sometimes when a guy is struggling offensively, going through a little bit of a slump, a hitting coach will tell him, be more athletic. Use your legs. Bend over a little bit at the waist. Be an athlete. Just get the barrel of the bat to the ball.
He might have more bend in that knee, too. Of course, the hitting coach for LA, Turner Ward, former D-backs coach. Puig worked a great deal with Turner Ward in the offseason and in the spring. He's been showing a more disciplined approach at the plate. Just like that.
It's always good for the hitting coach to snuggle up to the guy that's got a grand slam, a triple, and a double already in the game.
Coach him up. Three and one. Josh Colementor, the opening day starter last year. Lights that one off. Segura has it behind the bag. Long throw. He got him. What a play, Gene Segura. There's that shortstop's arm from the second base spot. He throws out Puig from the outfield. Bottom 7 coming up. Seventh inning stretch here at Chase Field. D-backs trail the Dodgers 12-4. Our Arrowhead Honda game diagnostic inside the D-backs box score. Normally they've had enough offense to be in the ball game, but the LA has opened up a can here.
Where they really have. To those middle innings, they just turned the beast loose. That's an ugly looking box score on the visitors' side.
D-backs 4 runs on 8 hits. But the Dodgers 12 runs on 16 hits, and the new pitcher as we start the 7th inning. It's the right-hander Casey Fiend. LA claimed him off waivers from the Twins back in May. They sent him to AAA Oklahoma City, and since he's been up, he's pitched well. Scoreless relief in 15 of 19 games with LA. His Dodgers ERA is under 2.5. Nick Ahmed will lead off the Arizona 7th. Nick singled, stole a base, scored a run back in the 3rd. He's 1 for 2.
Every spot in the Dodger lineup 1 through 9 has at least 1 base hit and has scored at least 1 run, including the pitcher spot.
LA with a 5-run 4th and a 4-run 6th. Diamondbacks at one point led the game 3-2 after 3 innings. Fiend jumps ahead 0-2. Good news from AA Mobile. Oscar Hernandez, who moved up from Class A Visalia, now playing for Robbie Hammock and the Bay Bears in the Southern League, hit a 2-run homer, 6th of the year. That game got out of hand. The Bay Bears beat Chattanooga 20-2.
Wow.
That's just Robbie Hammock getting it done. That's what that is.
That's the kind of game at the minor league level. Well, occasionally at the major league level, you'll see a position player out there on the bump, trying to get the last few outs of the ball game.
Talked to Brandon Drury for a long time about playing in the Southern League in those ballparks in the deep South on a night like this. Late June, July, August, with that heavy, thick, humid air. Said he would hit a ball as hard as he felt like he'd ever hit it, and it would just go nowhere. It's a tough league to hit in sometimes. When a fly ball gets knocked down by humidity. Not a problem here, though. There's a roll to shortstop for SEAGER.
Been a couple low throws over there to Adrian Gonzalez at first base. So far he's been up to the task, picking them out of the dirt, saving his infielders.
Gonzalez still getting it done at the age of 34. Gene Segura 0 for 3. Early in the count, he backs up Puig at the track at the ball, and it's gone. Gene Segura, that's his 7th. That carried well over the head of Yasiel Puig and right. Now that's tacos, D-backs fans, courtesy of Taco Bell.
Good opposite field power there. Gene Segura jumping on the first delivery he sees from Casey Fine. A slider up and out over the plate. Barrels it to right field. Looked like Puig was going to try to push the fence back a couple of yards and make this catch. Never got to the spot.
Michael Bourne. That's a jumbo jack. A free jumbo jack tomorrow from our friends at Jack in the Box with the purchase of a large drink. Bourne had a 2-run triple in the 3rd. He's 1 for 3. Diamondbacks got 3 in that inning. They led 3-2 after 3. But LA had a 5-run 4th. They got 1 in the 5th, a 4-run 6th. Michael Bourn signed by the Diamondbacks May 10th after he'd been let go by both Atlanta and Toronto. I don't know where they'd be without him. 4 center fielders on the DL right now. He's done a really good job. Casey Fiend throwing hard, 94. And Bourn stays alive at 2-2. Michael Bourn, 33 years old, his 10th big league season. He's twice been an All-Star. He's got a couple of Gold Gloves in center field. That one's hard. It backs up Gonzalez and caroms off his shoulder. And Bourne's aboard. Hard hit right at the Dodger first baseman. Michael 2 for 4.
Michael has barreled some balls in his time as a Diamondback. Not really known as a guy that drives the ball, but man, he has hit some balls really hard since becoming a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Goldie singled, stole the base, scored a run his last time up. He's also got an RBI ground out tonight. Just had an interesting moment in the stands. As captured by our crew here. Goldie gets that in the air, deep center field, way back and gone. His 16th. Diamondbacks trying to get back in this thing.
Oh boy, a little cut fastball that really didn't do much cutting, just stayed right there on the inside part of the plate for Goldie, and he rides it out of here to deep center field.
Well, Dave Roberts not going to give Casey Fiend a chance to throw another pitch like that to Jake Lamb. Another jumbo jack, couple of D-back home runs in this inning. It's a 12-7 game back after this. A few moments ago, that gentleman on the right there got a foul ball during Michael Bourne's at bat after a couple of hops. The guy behind him wanted it too, and they're ready to fight it out over the souvenir. But watch how this ends. Cooler heads prevail, and give me some love. Come on, bring it in. Nicely done. Let's hug it out. J.P. Howell on to face Jake Lamb. We lead the league in love. Jake 2 for 3, a pair of singles. He's got an RBI. Shift is on, and there's strike 1 from Howell. Rolls it into the shift. Tough play for Taylor from the outfield grass, and he gets there. Well, Taylor, who will bat third in the next half inning, a chance to get the cycle. He's only a single away. Makes a nice play there with a shift on, and that's 2 outs. Wellington Castillo 1 for 3. Last Dodgers cycle, Orlando Hudson in 2009. The numbers on J.P. Howell this year. How about this? Before the O-Dog cycled in 09, the previous last Dodgers cycle was Wes Parker in 1970. So that's 1 in almost 50 years.
It shows you how rare the cycle is. There's only been 307 in the history of Major League Baseball. Just to put that into perspective, there's been 295 no-hitters.
Well, if Chris Taylor can put his name on that list, he'll join some pretty impressive company. Our boy Babe Herman.
Babe.
He actually had 2 cycles for the Dodgers in 1931, but Dixie Walker, Jackie Robinson, Gil Hodges, Wes Parker all on that list. Castillo drives that toward the right field corner, but it slices foul. Chris Taylor tripled in the 4th. Doubled in the 5th and hit a grand slam in the 6th. He'll bat third in the top of the 8th. I don't know how I feel about this, frankly. I don't think I want him to get it. Is that bad?
No.
All right. He did not go, says Dale Scott at first.
Just maybe get a single and overrun the bag at first.
Yeah, there you go. Or, get thrown out trying to stretch it into a double.
Yeah.
It's the stirrups.
It must be the socks, the hosiery.
Everybody be wearing them tomorrow.
Yeah, no kidding.
If he gets it.
Look out.
That's hooked down the line and foul. It's not the stirrups that are so bad, it's the short pants. I mean, it used to be you had the stirrups and the pants would come down right about where the stirrup sort of started, about halfway down the calf. But when you wear them knee high, it looks like the basement's flooded or something.
That's old school.
Check the swing. Yes, he did, Dale Scott. But the Diamondbacks get home runs from Segura and Goldie. It's 12-7 at Chase Field. Taylor takes a shot at hitting for the cycle. He's a single away. He'll bat third in this inning. What's next? Brought to you by CenturyLink. Same two teams tomorrow. A 5:10 first pitch. Former Diamondback Brandon McCarthy is on the mound for LA, coming off Tommy John surgery. He's 2-0 so far. Archie Bradley gets the ball for Arizona. There's Brandon McCarthy. It's been a long haul for Brandon. He was out about 16 months. Scott Van Slyke will lead off the 8th inning against Josh Collmeter. It'll be Van Slyke, Grandal, and Taylor. 6, 7, and 8 in the LA 8th against Josh Collmeter.
Partner, I mentioned an inning ago that the Dodgers, all 9 starters in this game, including the pitcher, had scored a run. It's the 3rd time this year the Dodgers have done that. Every starter in the lineup scoring at least 1 run. Only one other team in the National League has done it once, and that's the Giants.
Well, they've had a lot of injuries. It's not like they have this murderer's row lineup in there every night. They're still without Jock Peterson, for instance. He's due back next week from a shoulder problem. Haven't had Andre Ethier all year. Van Slyke's only played 35 games. He had a back problem that kept him out most of April and all of May. That's a strike, and it's 0-2.
Yankees dropped a 5-3 decision to the Red Sox tonight. How about this one, partner? The Yankees are now 44-45. It's the first time they've been under 500 after the All-Star break since 1995.
Our director Phil Malika is a mess. He's a Jersey guy. Uh-oh, both benches have been warned. And Van Slyke takes one in the elbow. And Isonia earlier in the ball game warned both benches.
Not much of an effort by Van Slyke to get out of the way, and if in the umpire's judgment it was accidental, you won't see anybody get ejected. Van Slyke still suffering the after effects of that one. Looked like it caught him right on the elbow.
That looks like it hurts a lot. Man,
I've said it many times before. Everybody's bumped their crazy bone on a door jamb or on the edge of a table or something. Imagine doing it, 85, 90 miles an hour.
And you can't rub it. That's a thing.
You feel like you have a handful of bees. Vibration goes right down your forearm into your hand. Sometimes guys will go completely numb.
Grandal singled and scored a run. He's 1 for 4 tonight. Well, Chris Taylor, who's on deck, has already knocked in 6 runs tonight. A single shy of the cycle. He'll hit next. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. 2 cycles this year in the major leagues. Freddie Freeman for the Braves June 15th. Rajay Davis for Cleveland earlier this month, July 2nd. Dodgers have just 9 cycles in their entire history. Diamondbacks have given up 3. Last time somebody hit for the cycle against the D-backs, Jody Garrett, back in 2010.
With the Cubs, Jody Garrett, when he's trying to think when that might have been. What year was that?
2010, according to our moderately reliable staff.
I'm guessing that was when Jody Garrett was a member of the Cubs briefly.
2-2. Dodger cycles Tom Burns, Jimmy Johnston, Babe Herman twice, Dixie Walker, Jackie Robinson, Gil Hodges, Wes Parker, and the last one, Orlando Hudson, back in 2009.
Are you sitting down, partner? The last Cubs cycle was Mark Grace.
Momenter gets Grandal. One down in the 8th, and here comes Taylor. He struck out in the 2nd. Hit a 2-run triple in the 4th. Also scored a run, then doubled and scored in the 5th. And in the 6th inning, hit his first career Major League homer, a grand slam. So here he is with 1 out and 1 on in the 8th inning, a single shy of the cycle. He's played only, counting tonight, 11 games for the Dodgers this year. Trying to bunt for a base hit. Momenter's on it, and he throws him out. Interesting way to play that one.
Well, the Diamondbacks putting that 3 spot on the board in the bottom of the 7th inning. All bets are off in this ballpark. He's trying to bunt his way on there.
Good play. Yeah,
good play by Josh to get him. If he puts that ball just a little bit more toward the 3rd baseline, he probably legs it out for an infield hit.
1-3 on the putout. They don't give him a sacrifice on that one. If he gets it by that mound, he's got the cycle. Chase Utley will hit now for the pitcher. Utley batting .263. He's got 5 home runs. Just before the break, it was last Wednesday, Utley had a 6-hit game for the Dodgers. They lost in 14 innings against Baltimore, but Utley went 6 for 7, 2 doubles. His batting average in one game went from .255 to .270.
Wow. I just marvel at his approach. He gets in that left-handed batter's box and it looks like, okay, whenever you're ready, I'm just going to stand here. I'm not even going to get a grip on the bat yet. Takes that one last waggle as Josh comes up into the set position, then he's ready to go. And just in an effort to get it as right as we possibly can, Jody Garrett was a member of the Brewers when he hit for the cycle.
The Brew Crew.
Brew Crew.
We're going to Milwaukee on the next road trip for 4 at Miller Park. Your annual visit to the fabulous Pfister. You don't like the Pfister?
I have no problem with the Pfister.
Right.
It's fabulous.
It sure is. Remember the time A.J. Pollock put that Bluetooth speaker under Wade Miley's bed because he heard it was haunted? Freaked Wade out. Making all these ghost noises. I think he ran out into the hallway in his underwear.
That's a disturbing sight.
Well, what was really funny was his camouflage underwear. He had some camo undies on. That's not true. 3-2.
Are you sure?
No. Howie Kendrick on deck. I just assume that everything Wade has is camo.
We've been talking about rarities. Taylor potentially going for the cycle there. And you mentioned the 6-hit game by Chase Utley. There's been 71 6-hit 9-inning games in Major League Baseball history. Utley's was in extra innings, so that's not included in the 71.
Yeah, that was a 14-inning affair. Utley broken bat on one hop to Ahmed. And Momenter gets through the 8th inning. Diamondbacks coming up. They trail at 12-7.
Cody Jackson alongside our D-backs live, presented by Nissan VIP guest Paula Bovin tonight from the AZ Central Sports, a columnist. And Paula, tonight we're going to talk about Corbin's performance, the resurgence though at the top of the order for the D-backs. But you and I are also going to take a trip down memory lane, covering Valley sports for the last 2 decades, and I have a feeling we have a lot of the same great memories.
Those are some very good times in the Valley. It's been a few years, but we'll have a lot to talk about.
No question about it. D-backs Live presented by CenturyLink, coming your way right after the game.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Chris Hatcher, the new pitcher for the Dodgers, as we start the bottom of the 8th inning. Pitcher's spot will lead it off. That's 6th in the D-backs order now, and Ricky Weeks Jr. will hit for Josh Comenter. Hatcher's 35th appearance, a 5.02 ERA. Ricky 245 and 5 homers. Weeks, Tomas, and Drury 6, 7, and 8 here in the Arizona 8th. Out in front, and it's 0-2. Same 2 teams tomorrow. A 5:10 first pitch. Archie Bradley and Brandon McCarthy. 1:10 start on Sunday. That's Ravi Ray and Kenta Maeda. On an off day Monday, Blue Jays come in for 2. Starting on Tuesday. Have you gotten anywhere with your staff about doing a game from the home run porch? I think we should be out there. Maybe we can pull some strings, make some calls.
It's a work in progress. I think we have the appropriate people working on it.
That's where we would do the game from. That's what I propose. Great room out there, lots of space. You can kind of hang out over the field of play if you have those seats. It's a great seat here at this ballpark, and you can get them at dbacks.com.
Yeah, we can help position Kevin Pillar out there in center field.
I'm sure he could use the help. Goldie hit his home run out there.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we should get some hard hats or something if we do go out there.
Gloves for sure, if nothing else.
Well, you're the catcher. I expect you in full catcher's equipment for the game. As Weeks strikes out to open up the 8th. Well, that's encouraging then. Hopefully there's some progress. Maybe that, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe that Tuesday game, we can go out there, you know, because they got Joey Bats, and Encarnacion, all those guys, some big home run hitters.
Good about.
That'd be a good game to be out there. Yasmani Tomas. Tomas 0 for 3. Two and 1. Yasmani had RBIs in 3 straight games, but was 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts Sunday against the Giants. Batting average right now 250, the lowest it's been since the middle of April. Two and 2. Giant Padre game is now in the 8th inning. San Diego leads San Fran 4-1 at Petco Park. Madison Bumgarner got the start in that game, coming off his near no-hitter Sunday. Boy, the Diamondback hitters, Bob, in that ball game seemed like they had no chance with the shadows. You got Madison Bumgarner, you got him pitching in those bright sunlight and shadows for 4 or 5 innings. I mean, that's a perfect storm.
Yeah, you could tell very early on when Diamondbacks hitters were chasing his setup pitch. He likes to throw that high fastball up and away from a right-handed hitter and then come right back with the breaking ball in the same slot. And Diamondbacks hitters were chasing that fastball up and out over the plate, and that made that breaking ball even more effective.
Just couldn't see it. Tomas gets a piece to stay alive.
Yeah, Bumgarner tonight, 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs. He did strike out 9 Padre hitters. A hook for the loss if the Giants don't come back.
4-1 Padres in the 8th at Petco. Tomas bangs one the other way, a base hit. A 1-out single. Tomas 1 for 4. That'll bring up Brandon Drury. Brandon grounded out in his first at bat tonight. Took over in left field for Chris Herman, who we think may have tweaked an ankle earlier in the ball game during one of his at bats. We'll get to word on that from Chip Hale. Diamondback Live post game show coming up.
Yeah, Bumgarner gave up 2 home runs in that ball game. Adam Rosales with a solo shot, and Will Myers with his 20th of the year.
Well, fresh off his home run derby participation in that ballpark. Still can't get over some of those Giancarlo Stanton home runs.
My goodness.
Off that video board and left onto the roof of the Western Metal Supply Company building, out of the ballpark in left center. It was a show. Remember when we saw Giancarlo twice this year, he just couldn't hit the ball.
No.
But he's turned it around.
I believe he was 2 for 3 in the ball game tonight in St. Louis.
Yeah, Marlins won there 7-6. They added to their bullpen, picked up Fernando Rodney from the Padres. Padres just traded Drew Pomeranz to Boston. Dave Dombrowski's been busy. 2-2. How about the Yankees? That's Stephen Wright that started for the Red Sox tonight, isn't it?
Yeah.
The knuckleball. How about the Yankees? You don't see a pitch for 4 or 5 days, and then you get back in, you get the knuckleball guy.
Yeah.
Who was an all-star, by the way.
Which usually has a carryover effect the next day. After facing a knuckleball pitcher, it takes a day or 2 to get back onto that fastball.
Drury strikes out. That might start some slumps for the Yankee guys. Had that long layoff, and then you get all turned around trying to hit the knuckleball. I mean, the Yankees could be in deep, deep trouble. I'm just kidding, because our director's a big Yankee fan. Although they could be.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of trade rumors flying around about the guys at the tail end of that bullpen for the Yankees possibly being dangled as trade bait.
Andrew Miller.
Yeah.
Maybe even Chapman. Nick singled and scored in the 3rd. Of course, our director's a big Bon Jovi fan, so what does he know?
Yeah. We're just glad to have Phil back with us.
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean,
we so rarely get to see him anymore.
Straight from the beach, which was his vacation from not working here. Almost didn't recognize him when he showed up today. Who are you?
Tan and fit, rested and ready.
Yeah, looked all happy, smiley. Weak kid, but he did a wonderful job directing the soccer at the Copa America tournament for Fox. Looked like he just came back from the Copacabana. Her name was Lola. That's a strike. 1-2.
Wasn't she a showgirl?
She was a showgirl. shortstop to go the short way for the force on Tomas, and that ends the 8th inning. We head to the 9th. Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers 12-7. New pitcher for the Diamondbacks, the right-hander Randall Delgado, 45 1/3 innings. A 4.17 ERA. Randall earlier this year had a stretch of 16 appearances, during which he gave up an earned run only one time. His ERA over that span was 0.50, but that trend has quickly reversed itself. Delgado has given up earned runs in 4 of his last 5 times out. Howie Kendrick will lead off the LA 9th. Kendrick 3 singles. He's 3 for 5. Going to find out a lot about this bullpen over the next 2.5 months. Right now, though, a lot more questions than answers. Kendrick's now hit safely in 8 straight. He's got RBIs in 4 consecutive games. He was already hitting over 350 in July. He's got 3 hits tonight. Three and 1. A leadoff walk.
Shortstop,
Corey Seager. Doubled in the 3rd, walked and scored in the 4th. He's 1 for 4. This game and the Giant Padre game in San Diego, the only 2 still going. Everything else across the major leagues is a final. Although they may still be playing in Oakland. Let's see. A's leading the Blue Jays 8-7. Now that looks like it's still going bottom 8. Blue Jays are in here for 2 starting on Tuesday. See our cheesehead guys in the top left there. They've switched hats. Seager drives this one deep to center, but BOURN is there, and Kendrick, who is almost halfway to 3rd base, will have to scamper back to 1st.
Kendrick very careful to retouch 2nd base on his way back to 1st. Tossing the cheesehead around.
Take some photos. The original cheesehead guy, I think that's him in the black shirt, right?
I believe it is.
Yes,
yeah.
it is. Oh, suddenly he's got a Dodger hat. Now that they're winning 12-7. He's replaced the cheesehead hat with an LA cap. Sounds like something Dinger would do.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
Justin Turner. It's all good. Me and Dinger were boys now with a Z. Turner homered in the first, his 14th of the year. Hit it into the camera well in center. Almost got Toby out there. There's the cheesehead. Not sure how that showed up or why, but it's at least something to look at. Maybe we'll have to pick one of those up for you when we're in Milwaukee. It's coming up next week.
Yeah.
4 days.
The brat races, we got that to look forward to.
That's a big time event right there.
Big time. For entertainment purposes only, no wagering.
I'm told that, you know, sometimes with the mascot race, doesn't happen here ever, but they'll sort of fix the end. You know, they'll have like a little storyline and they'll predetermine who wins. But I'm told that the sausage race guys, they really race because the guy who wins gets the rest of the night off.
Is that right?
I had a friend who ran in that. In fact, I've had 2 friends who have done that. And both told me, hey, will you guys let me win? And they went, no, we're not letting you win. This is for real. Because the guy that wins gets the rest of the night off. And they do it, I don't know, like the 4th inning or something.
And usually in Milwaukee, a couple times a year, they'll have some of the children of the players come out and dress as little wieners, you know, and the big sausages race 3/4 of the way to the finish line and hand off a baton to the little guys that finish the race.
Yeah, they do that on Sundays. Yeah. We won't be there for Sunday, unfortunately. We'll be there the next week, Monday through Thursday.
I'm told that Mark Grace actually ran in the sausage race one time at Miller Park. Pretty sure he finished last if it was any kind of a race.
He has his own problems here with his Legends mascot. 2-2 on Turner. Yeah, we're 2 more against the Dodgers, then we're off on Monday. 2 against the Blue Jays Tuesday night, Wednesday afternoon. That's a matinee game, fans. You can get discount pricing on your tickets at dbacks.com. Matinee prices for the game on Wednesday at 12:40 start. Then we fly to Cincinnati for a long road trip. 3 in Cincy, 4 in Milwaukee, 3 in LA. If you got no plans Wednesday afternoon, that's right here. That's where we get it done. We'll close the roof, keep the AC on for you, give you a break on the tickets. 12:40 start. D-backs and Blue Jays. Inside. Turner was hit by a pitch earlier in the ball game that resulted in warnings for both benches from Dan Isonia. A full count, 3-2.
And looking ahead to the next homestand after that road trip to Cincinnati, Milwaukee, and LA, the Washington Nationals roll into town. Dusty Baker and his crew.
Kendrick takes off. Turner, a little check swing roller off the glove of Delgado. Segura tries to make a hustle play and recover, but Turner beats it out.
You see Segura breaking the cover of the bag on the stolen base attempt. Still tries to recover and get the out at first base, but Turner just does beat it over there.
That's a base hit for Turner. 17th hit tonight for LA. So 2 on, 1 out for Gonzalez. 17 hits, ties a season high for the Dodgers. Gonzalez's walk, singled, scored a run. 1 for 4. Kendrick at second and Turner at first.
17 hits, a season high for the Dodgers. Last time they did that April 4th against the Padres, they scored 15 runs in that game on 17 hits. 12 runs tonight on 17 hits. Now we talked about it early in the telecast. This Dodger lineup, when they get guys rolling, when everybody starts to swing the bats the way they're capable, this is a scary, deep lineup.
Well, Gonzalez has, in many ways, sort of been the spine around which everything revolves. It's been that way for years, it seems. And he's been battling a bad back. The power hasn't been there. Just 7 home runs all year.
Makes it easy to manage when your team is banging out 17 base hits and scoring double-digit runs.
Well, you look like a genius. Jake Lamb is there as Gonzalez tries to hit it away from the shift. That'll bring up Puig.
I'm just going to say Jake was positioned where he was only because there's a runner at second base. If there had been no runner at second, he would have probably been over on the second base side of the infield with Nick Ahmed, the only defender on the left side. But that time Jake just off the line a couple of steps with Gonzalez at the plate and a runner at second, and Gonzalez hit it right at him.
Yeah, they'd still be running. Puig 2 for 5, a pair of singles. He's knocked in 2. Yasiel Puig from Cienfuegos, Cuba. He's got a base hit. He dunks it into left field. They'll wave Kendrick home. The throw from Drury is cut off, and it's 13-7. Third hit tonight for Yasiel Puig.
A lot of times I talk about a guy muscling a ball into the outfield. That's what Puig does right here. That ball got in on his hands a little bit, but just muscled it out there into left field to drive home Kendrick from second base with the Dodgers' 13th run of the ball game.
And their 18th hit. Scott Van Slyke, a pair of singles. He was hit by a pitch in the elbow his last time up. Most runs allowed by the Diamondbacks this year is 14. That was April 7th here against the Cubs. Tell you what, this keeps going. Taylor will get another shot at his cycle. They've got Van Slyke up there with 2 on and 2 outs. Grandal behind him, and then Taylor. Chris Taylor, the Dodgers second baseman, a single shy of the cycle. Tried to bunt for a base hit his last time up. It was thrown out by Josh Colmenter on a nice play. 1-0 on Scott Van Slyke. D-backs tonight have run through half their 10-man bullpen. Leon, Escobar, Bracho, Colmenter, now Delgado. Grandal has now given up a run in 5 of his last 6 appearances. Van Slyke, did he check his swing? No, he didn't. That Oakland game is now a final. Blue Jays lost there 8-7. Giants and Padres have gone to the 9th at Petco. San Diego leads that one 4-1. Three and 1. Delgado walked Kendrick to lead off the inning. He scored. Seager flied out. Turner single. Gonzalez lined out. Puig had his RBI single. Now behind on Van Slyke. 3 balls and a strike. Justin Turner running out there with that oven mitt on his hand and wrist. Looks like he lost his Falcon. If you really wanted to offend a guy, you could just hold that thing up.
Yeah.
That's quite a contraption he's got there. That part extending out. There go the runners. That's going to get in the seats that out of play.
Of course, the purpose of that oven mitt is to keep from hyperextending his wrist when he slides into a base. A lot of hitters have the bad habit of dragging a hand behind them as they go into their slide. You can see the dirt all over that thing. He has still drugged that left hand in the dirt on slides, but that brace will keep his wrist from hyperextending or hyperflexing and causing an injury.
One more time on 3-2. There go the runners. We'll do it again. You know, we've had all this offense. 20 runs. Dodgers have 18 hits. Diamondbacks have 12 hits. I don't recall Gary Go-Go Gagne down the left field line having even a single opportunity tonight.
I think you're right. All the plays for the Golden Glovers have been down in right field.
That's where Kirk Foul Pole Farley is down there. But Go-Go Gagne, haven't seen him get up and go yet. But he's still in the game, still locked in.
I think at this point in the top of the 9th inning, not having him play all night, he might not be able to get off of that stool.
Jam shot pop up behind the second base back. Segura's got it. And they strand the runners. But the Dodgers add one more. They lead it 13-7. Two headlines from this one. The Dodgers' Chris Taylor comes up a single shy of the cycle. His first career home run is a grand slam. And another too short outing for Patrick Corbin as his struggles continue.
Yeah, really tough to figure. Patrick's slider has not been as effective as it has been in the past, to the point where hitters seemingly recognize it quickly and lay off, and then when he comes back into that zone with fastballs, they're ready to hammer it. And Chris Taylor, what a night he's had.
Gene Segura leads off the 9th against Chris Hatcher. Segura homered his last time up, his 7th of the year. Segura's career high for home runs is 12. That came during his All-Star season of 2013 in Milwaukee. He had just 6 home runs all the last season. A home run swing, and it's 0-2. about the third or fourth time tonight he's taken one of those cuts.
Big hack at an elevated fastball at 96. Hatcher has a nice assortment of pitches out there. He can rush it up there in the upper 90s with that four-seam fastball. There's a good splitter, good slider, cutter, depending on how far around the ball he gets. Sometimes it's a little bigger break, other times very short and sharp and late.
It's weird. He's got backward platoon splits, Chris Hatcher. Lefties are hitting 138 against him this year. Right-handers are batting .314. Fastball misses upstairs, and it's 1-2.
Usually when you see backward splits, you can look to the guy's off-speed pitch, whether it's a changeup or a split-finger fastball, something that he's more comfortable throwing to left-handers as opposed to right-handers. And he's got a good splitter.
SEGURA fights it off, and it stays 1-2. That Giants game at San Diego's gone final. 4-1 Padres win it. Madison Bumgarner gets the loss. This is the last game still going in the Major League calendar. 2-2. Diamondback Live post-game show coming up following our ball game. A 5:10 first pitch tomorrow. Archie Bradley and Brandon McCarthy. Segura reaches out and lifts it in the air to deep right field, but plenty of room for Puig. One away. That'll bring up Michael Bourn.
Center field,
Michael with a couple of hits tonight, a 2-run triple in the third. He singled and scored in the seventh. He was in a 1-for-17 skid coming into the ball game tonight. Now with 263 on the year. I don't think Michael Bourn is going to sign up for the Dan Isonia fan club anytime soon.
And he probably shouldn't.
Michael had a bit of a diatribe during an at-bat earlier in the ball game after a called strike. SEAGER behind the bag. Takes a base hit away from Bourn. Not just all about the offense with this young man.
First baseman,
The ball hit right on the button by Michael Bourn this time. Highway robbery by Corey Seager going way up the middle of the field. It's into an easy out at first.
It's been a good night for Goldie. Had an RBI ground out in the third. Singled, stole a base, scored in the fifth. Homered his last time up in the seventh, a 2-run shot. His 16th of the year. So Goldie now counting tonight over his last 18 games. Has 16 RBIs. One and two. D-backs and Dodgers 13 scheduled meetings in the second half of the year. It'll be 12 after this. Diamondbacks will drop to 2-5 in their first 7 this year versus LA. for the Dodgers. They'll improve to a season high 12 games over 500. They'll go to 52-40. And they'll pick up a game on the Giants. They'll be 5.5 back. Two and two. See if Goldie can reach. Get another at bat for Jake Lamb. Jake tonight 2 for 4 with a pair of singles. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ground ball to third. And the Dodgers win the opener 13-7. LA is now 1-4 in a row. The Diamondbacks have lost 5 straight. And Bob, the D-backs, who lost 12 of their last 14 games to close the first half of the season, open up the second half with a disappointing loss to the Dodgers.
And a lot of those losses to end the first half, you could point the finger directly at the pitching staff. And tonight, another night when the offense gets 12 base hits and scored 7 runs, and you still get beat by 6. Pitching has got to tighten up.
Let's start Diamondback Live post-game show. Send it out to Jody Jackson with another VIP guest. Jody.
That's right, Steve. Thanks so much. Alongside AZ Central Sports columnist Paula Bovin joining us here tonight. And Paula, I think the guys really hit the nail on the head. A loss here for the D-backs, 4 straight losses before the break. Now they run it to 5. You know, the offense, they had home runs there in the 7th by Segura and Goldschmidt, but pitching, it's what we talked about in pregame, and tonight it just wasn't up to par.
It wasn't, and you know, they talked a lot about the new start in the second half of the season. They expected more, I think hoped more from Corbin. That didn't happen. I think they were hoping for better things defensively, a couple errors by Lamb. So this has to be a disappointing start for the Diamondbacks after the All-Star break.
Yeah, certainly. We'll break it down. Bob Brentley will join us, take a closer look at exactly why Patrick Corbin was not effective. And then Paula and I, a little bit later in the show, will go down memory lane, covering sports here in the Valley for nearly 2 decades. Paula, 20 years, and we'll talk about some of those things as well. But we'll break this game down. We'll hear from manager Chip Hale as well. We'll have reaction from inside the clubhouse. The Diamondbacks fall to the Dodgers. D-backs Live, presented by CenturyLink, is up next.